As bactérias desenvolvem-se na sua boca, mas a proteção superior.
Bom dia a todos e a todas.
Good morning to you all. Once again, I hope I'd like to welcome you to Porto and our meeting. I hope that you had a nice rest.
For you put your phones. Thank you very much. As you know, as yesterday, it's possible to speak and to hearing in the English, French, Spanish and Portuguese. And as usual, I will speak in Portuguese, of course. So, vamos iniciar o nosso segundo dia de trabalhos da nossa reunião do Comitê de Acompanhamento União Europeia, África, Caraíbas e Pacífico, com esta sessão de abertura, onde temos a honra e que nos deram o enorme prazer de estar presentes entre nós, quer o Governo representado pelo seu Ministro da Administração Interna, Sr. Professor José Luís Carneiro, quer dois... No English, no English.
1, 2, 3, can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, okay. As I was saying, good morning. And in this session, we have the honor to have with us the Minister, José Luís Carneiro, that is representing the government. He's the Minister of Home Affairs. And this shows the level of relevance we can expect from the government of Portugal for the problems of the Africa, Caribbean, Pacific, and the relationship with the European Union, as well as the co-presidents, the co-chairs, are the Parliamentary Assembly. Mr. Carlos Rosinha, member of the European Parliament and co-chair of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, as well as Mrs. Ana Rita Citro, the president of the OACP's Parliamentary Assembly and co-chair of the ACP EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly. Without further delays, we will give the floor to Professor José Luís Carneiro. Professor José Luís Carneiro has a long political experience. He was a member of parliament in Portugal. He was the joint secretary of state of the socialist party. He was also a mayor, member of the Committee of Regions between 2006 and 2015. He was member of the Portuguese Social and Economic Committee. And we have the honor of listening to him now. And so we will have a speech by the minister. Thank you very much for being here, and I'll give you the floor. Thank you very much for being here with us. Good morning. First of all, I would like to wish you a very fruitful meeting, and I would like to thank Dimitris Giadis for the invitation that I was addressed by the section of external relations from the European Social Economic Council. And I would like to say that it is an honor to be present here and to have been invited for this session. I would also like to greet Ana Rita Cito, and I would like to welcome you. I would like to tell you that our relationships are very significant, very profound, and it's very meaningful to know that we have such a relevant participation in this structured dialogue for development and for valorization of the civil society. So I would like to salute Carlos Trindade, that is a member of the follow-up committee. He's a well-known union leader that has had a huge role in strengthening the relationships in the dignification of the labor conditions of our workers, the Portuguese workers. And I also like to thank him for the invitation. I would also like to greet the president of the Portuguese Social and Economic Committee, Mr. Francisco Assis, that has also participated in the dialogue regarding this invitation. And also, I'd like to greet Mr. Carlos Coutinho, European Member of Parliament. He was also part of the government in our country regarding home affairs, and I would like to tell him that I'm delighted to see that that we have here with us one of the most relevant scholars, one of the most important personalities reflecting upon public policy within the framework of the Socialist Party, as well as the government and the state, that it's an honor to have him here with us. Please allow me that today, in this opening session, first of all, I'd like to greet you for the initiative regarding the appreciation of a multidisciplinary and multi-level initiative, because on one hand, it is in different landmarks of the administration, namely in the relationship between European institutions and the institutions of the member states, but it's also a multi-level event because it involves the partners from the civil society and involves the partners in this way. It, of course, values the dimension of citizenship committed with the priorities regarding sustainable development. And this is why I would like to greet this initiative and what it has regarding the strengthening of the options of public policy. And I would like that in this appreciation of the role of the civil society, I would also like to greet Father Vitor Milícias, that since the 90s has been one of the national personalities that has contributed to the appreciation of the organized efforts of the civil society to strengthen public policies, to reinforce its legitimacy, and to change priorities according to the needs of the individuals. And so this session is so relevant to assess and to stimulate this approach. Well, I would say that this might mean, from the perspective of the challenges that I will be mentioning next regarding the European Union, something that we could consider a very relevant contribution to a new multilateralist approach for development. 23 years later, after the Cotonou Agreement, that, as we all know, is an heir of the first approaches of the 60s, and the demand for international economic order that would be more fair, more inclusive of the societies that had acquired new types, new formats regarding new states, and that, rightfully so, have aspired to building an international order and world trade that would be more favorable towards an integrated development, a sustainable development that at the time has led to the Conference of the United Nations on Trade and Development. And the goal was to introduce this will to find a balance in international economic relationships. I remember very clearly the demands of this new economic and social order. On one hand, the relevance to assure that part of the debt was forgiven, because this public debt was suffocating the investment efforts in the development, the relevance of the transfer of technology and technical empowerment so that this technology would not create new dependencies, but on the other hand, it would lead to new autonomies and the empowerment and training of human resources and institutions, and very relevant, the reach that production bases of the developing countries, very especially the ACP countries, and their access to international markets, competing in a balanced way. So we have all followed these efforts, and we have all been very much involved, especially committed to the European project based in values that we should always underline, like we are doing here today. Many of these structural issues, and I would like to remind you of the efforts that were made towards the stabilization of the cost of essential goods that come from these countries, the way how these tools who have induced approaches that now we feel are so necessary to balance international economic relationships. Many of these structural issues, unfortunately, are still in the agenda because it has not yet been possible to remove many of these obstacles towards, in order to obtain a more sustainable, more balanced, more inclusive, and more promoting of the dignity of all life, the life conditions of all human beings. Well, this framework later in the 90s, this was subject to a very relevant world. At the time, it was the word of the Secretary General of Boutros Ghali, the Secretary General of the United Nations, with his agenda for peace and development. He mentioned the right issues, the structuring issues, and the way how the different dimensions of development have to be joined with each other, must be articulated with each other, must be part of a systemic perspective, holistic vision, so that they can produce sustainable results in the future. And in fact, there have been many gaps in the responses that have been given to these structural development problems, and this requires that we will continue our effort of dialogue, always aiming at the restructuring of platforms, identifying the threats and risks towards the development, but as is important to identify political responses, especially in the area of security, as a factor of freedom, equality, and justice and development. So I would like to tell you that many of these structural challenges that have been identified, and of course answers were provided, solutions were found for these issues, but many of these factors are today in the origin of many of the migration flows that we experience at the national level. These flows, from my perspective, represent one of the broader challenges, one of the most complex challenges of democratic societies and the European project. And this is why it's so relevant to have this structured dialogue between the European Union and the ACP countries. We should underline some relevant data from the perspective of the large and complex challenge faced by the European Union, and in order to face this challenge, only a very well-structured relationship with regions, countries, societies that have developed an historical path that has common ground in the area of culture, society, economy, and this is the only way to help to find a structural response to this very complex challenge we have we are experiencing. On one hand, we have realities that have these features, namely some structural weaknesses regarding the opportunities created for young generations, conflict, the destructuring of many institutional structures, even wars within the borders. And on the other hand, we have the European Union with one of the most complex problems in its history, and it has to do with the fact that until 1950, the European Union represented 20% of the world population, and by 2050, there is the expectation, estimate, that we will have 4.5% of the world population. And this means the European Union has a demographic deficit that is threatening the foundations of the social economic development model. And this is why the dialogue, complementarity, and cooperation between the European Union and the ACP countries, Africa, Caribbean, Pacific countries, is absolutely essential. And of course, in many areas, but there are two areas that are essential. One has to do with migration and the challenges that regular migrations, safe, regular migrations have, and also to help those people when national disasters happen, so civil protection issues as a result of climatic changes. I'd like to focus on the change of European architecture to respond to the very complex challenge of migrations. As you know, European Union is compromised, is committed towards changing its pact for migrations and asylum. And Portugal, European Union, is one of the countries that has underwritten the migration pact of the Organization of United Nations in Marrakesh, and that was implemented in December 2019 by the United Nations. This pact, this agreement, makes us committed towards the goal of having regular migration in the origin, not, of course, that regulation in the country of origin must also involve the project and the cooperation path towards sustainable development of the regions of origin of these migration flows, but also to find that those who are seeking other opportunities for a better life can do so with safety without being conditioned or limited or hostage of organized criminal networks associated with illegal immigration or human being trafficking. So they should be safe in the protection of fundamental rights, human rights, the dignity of the individual from the moment when they decide to leave his native country towards the European Union. But they should also be safe during the journey in the Mediterranean. We just had a tragedy that has killed 150 migrants. And so the countries today also cooperating in order to assure that these journeys are being made with safety, and especially that integration and welcoming these people will dignify and value our essential commitments that is issue number 2 in our chart, fundamental rights of the European Union, and that is also in Article 13 of our Constitution, the value of freedom in all its expressions. And so this commitment that we have assumed for migration, regulated migration in the native country, in the journey, and the country that is the final destination is part of the essence and is the foundation for the changes that the European Union have been made regarding the architecture of safety and integrated management of the common borders, and part of the efforts that Portugal has been developing to adjust to these changes and this important challenge. That is a systemic challenge for the whole of the European project. As you know, European Union since 2016 has moved forward with an effort to separate police work from the clerical work regarding asylum and welcoming immigrants. And Portugal is doing the same at this moment. European Union has reinforced Frontex, creating the frontier police, and have created a stunning corps that today it has more than 1,500 members, and the national security forces of the different member states, and they try that this common patrol of borders is able, through the exchange of information, to strengthen and also using technological information, that the flow, people who come into the Schengen space, a space of justice and safety, is still assuring that organized criminal networks are being fought relentlessly. Everything that is organized criminal networks supporting human trafficking or supporting these immigrants in the areas of the Middle East and the Mediterranean and the Balkan Peninsula. These are the areas that today are the most common areas for these trafficking networks. And so all the criminal activities associated with illegal immigration, and so must have a very strong response from the common patrol of the borders to reinforce national security. At the moment, we now have a ship from the Portuguese Coast Guard to cooperate in the efforts with European authorities to assure integrated management during transport, as well as when welcoming migrants that want to come to Europe for a better life. But on the other hand, the European Union has decided to set up the Agency for Migrations and Asylum. And of course, some of the essential issues have seen that as really necessary, as we've seen in the war in Ukraine, where in a very short period of time we had to assure temporary support to almost 8 million Ukrainians. And in Portugal, we had 58,000 refugees from Ukraine, and they were given a temporary protection status, implementing a directive from 2001 that has allowed access to their tax number, as well as access to social security and health, and paying a lot of attention to the children, young children, teenagers that came with their parents, but especially those children that came alone. And so this effort to separate between police roles from administrative roles in the cooperation and welcoming immigrants is an effort that is developed within the framework of the European Union that Portugal is also adapting to. We have now an ongoing reformulation of all these issues regarding safety. So now, on one hand, our police and general, we have the different types of police that are involved, such as the equivalent to a gendarmerie, but they are all involved in frontier safety. So both maritime as land frontiers. We have other specialized police to support air frontiers, and the knowledge of the Department of Foreign People is integrated in the dimensions to welcoming these immigrants. This change is now ongoing and intends to assure that Portugal is in fact fulfilling this essential commitment towards regular migration in the origin, during the journey, and at the final destination to assure fulfilling the essential human rights, namely concerning integration of worthy integration of all those who are seeking Portugal to organize their lives and to live full lives, essentially for the reasons that have to be with labor conditions. So the effort that has been made within the migrations in the European framework is an effort that, first of all, is essential for the safeguard of a whole set of values regarding the fundamental human rights in Europe and the Chart of Fundamental Rights in Europe.
But is at the same time a challenge which corresponds to what is a geopolitical, geostrategic at the European level concerning the ability to renew culturally, socially, to continue to innovate at the level of its economy and its institutions. That is, the European Union has a need to constitute, to create regular channels of migration which may work on this human relationship between citizens coming from ACP countries with European countries. We, in Portugal, we gave a very specific step. We moved on in the Portuguese-speaking countries for a new mobility agreement. We have at this point an automatic regulation process of 150,000 citizens coming from Portuguese-speaking African countries that had wished to live, study, work in Portugal, and that process is at a very advanced stage. And I must tell you that 2 days ago, we had over 40,000 citizens who were very interested on that, with requests accepted to be able to live in Portugal for a year and up to 5 years. And so we created special visa for Portuguese-speaking African countries so that they can look for jobs, look for professional careers in our country. And I must tell you that within days, we will move on a response to the regulation of thousands of citizens coming from other areas, namely from not only Africa, but from Asia and also from Latin America, who were very much interested in coming over to Portugal to look for jobs, to look for a professional career, or to study, or to do research. And so that response is being structured to try to guarantee the material achievement of all these values that I already mentioned. And that has to do with ability to be able to guarantee migratory flows regulated in traffic and in origin, because only like that we will be able to integrate all these citizens, and it must be a social and a cultural integration, and also value sharing, which are values consecrated in our Constitution, European values that help to consolidate our democratic conquests in our country. Allow me to say a few last words, to mention that there is another dimension that I find that we have a long way to go, and it has to do with the protection and with helping as far as civil protection is concerned. We have lots of realities of ACP countries due to their geographical location, even though climate changes produce effects which have no predetermined geographies, and that demand a cooperation, a reinforced cooperation regarding the capacitation, the empowerment of citizens for a preventive civil protection, which demands an empowerment of the entities who bear responsibility in these values. A few days ago, as you know, Portugal projected 2 international forces in the scope of internal administration, one of them to support the victims of the earthquake in Turkey that unfortunately where thousands and thousands of citizens perished. So we had a force with about 50 elements with several technical skills, rescue skills. And then a few days later, we had another mission in Chile to fight the forest fires, the bush fires. And we have Portuguese people all around the world, 5.8 million Portuguese people in all the areas of the world. And when I say all around the world, it's actually all around the world. We identified Portuguese people in 187 countries in the world to follow many circumstances with serious difficulties for the protection of people and goods. And I was talking a little while about the follow-up that I had in Beira, Mozambique, to support the Mozambicans, but also the Portuguese people who were in that region. And I could follow what were terrible storms in the Caribbean, Saint-Martin, Saint-Barthélemy, and Guadeloupe, that destroyed all the life conditions of people who used to live in those islands, and also the hurricanes in Cuba. And I was fully aware that we have a very important work to develop in this field of civil protection and its emergency response field. Because due to the climate changes, I know that the theme of water is being the object of this seminar, because water has to do with the lack of agricultural resources. But I would like to call your attention to the fact to what must be done in the field of reinforcement, European financing for civil protection in the ACP countries. I must tell you that I've been trying to present this subject as a priority subject in the several committees that I belong to. But also I've been trying to do it regarding our dialogue with Spain in the framework of the Iberian African relationships, because there are regions nowadays, more tropical geography areas, that face in a very unprotected way risks, huge risks, for the safeguard of life of people, first of all, but also the protection of their goods. We have a civil protection system that has been being empowered. Besides Carlos Zorrinha, he had responsibilities in the empowerment of the system, and Father Vitor Melícias in the field of the Portuguese fire departments had huge responsibilities in those qualitative changes. And what I wanted to have as a final message is that civil society is one of the areas where we can progress regarding the structuration, relation, cooperation to empower citizens for a self-defense and for a culture of preventive civil protection, but also prevention and empowerment of the institutions for the new risks, the new threats that are the result of the effects of climatic changes. And so I would like to thank you for the invitation to be with you and to tell you about the the will of the Portuguese state to cooperate in the field of these two aspects. So to support the migratory flows regulated in the origin and the traffic, and also to cooperate for a civil protection, a preventive civil protection in the empowerment of citizens and in the empowerment of the institutions of your states, but mainly of civil societies, because the stronger civil societies, the stronger are the foundations of the state. Because it's an organized political community. Thank you very much for your attention. Fantastic. Thank you, Minister. After this welcome speech of José Luís Carneiro, the Minister of Internal Administration, let's have our panel. Our panel is the perspective about a future partnership and the challenges of civil society. So, to present to you this partnership, we have two important agents of these partnerships. They are the co-presidents of the Parliament Assembly, Euro-Deputy Carlos Zorrinho and Deputy Ana Rita Chitol. So we will give the floor to both of them because it's necessary to realize, to understand that this partnership is important for us to develop and to work so that this field becomes more important. So I give the floor to a friend of the civil society, to a friend of our follow-up committee, that by being here with his experience as an Euro deputy and as the president of the Parliament Assembly, is also here because in his job he has been a major player in these fields that are the reason that we are here today. And so we are going to listen to him as a friend and an activist of civil society. Thank you, Carlos Zorrinho. Thank you, European Deputy. Thank you very much, Minister, dear friend, José Luís Carneiro, President, Jorge Chicote, co-president, and they are all friends of mine, actually. Dimitra Dimitriatis, President of the Economic and Social Committee of Africa, Carlos Trindade, dear friend, dear members of the Economic and Social Committee, Domenico Rosa, dear speakers, a very special word to Father Vitor Melícias, inspiring as always, and dear friends, it's such an honor to be here, to talk in my country, to talk in this city of Porto as a co-president of the Parliament Assembly, so about the present and the future of this multilateral partnership, which is a partnership which is the second biggest from the parliament point of view of the world, after the United Nations, that gathers 100 countries, 4 continents, and involves over 1.5 million people. And when we talk about the future today of the new international order, the possibility of hegemonies, good or bad, well, hegemonies are never good. So the possibility of the world in blocks, partnerships such as this one are very important partnerships. So I would like to thank the organizing committee, chaired by Francisco Assis, such a dear friend, and using the expression of the program. So it's very gratifying to prepare the field with my co-president, Ana Rita Chitol, and we've been doing that exactly. And I used to do that with the co-presidents who worked with me since 2019. José Facuna from the Cameroon, Yuga from the Fiji Islands, Ganagaya, and from the Solomon Islands. And that's what we all did to support the negotiations, which allowed to conclude the agreement post-Cotonou. And now, of course, we already know that it hasn't been signed due to one country. That's what we did. So there was no mandate at the beginning. And we fought very hard, and we did it. A parliament mandate, a quadruple, because we don't have just one assembly. We have one assembly and 3 regional assemblies. A movement that unites peoples, countries. And last week I participated as a co-president of this parliament assembly in the informal council of the development ministers that took place in Sweden. It's not up to me to disseminate what was discussed, but I share only just a feeling. So I just joined the meeting, feeling that there was less than 50% of possibilities to deblock the Cotonou Agreement until June, and I left a lot more optimistic. I think we have good chances that the agreement will be signed, and we have to continue to fight very, very hard to do that. And let's go back to the agreement that we want to see signed and applied. As you know, the Cotonou Agreement is in force since 2000 and replaced the Convention of Lomé. And when it was announced, it would be finished in 20 years. So it expired in February of 2020. And then the new agreement started in 2018, and it was finished in time. And I was online in a meeting when we got the news, and we celebrated, and we were very happy about it, that agreement and the international treaties in the organization rule. They demand unanimity, and now we face a problem because of one country. But I have high expectations that we can overcome this problem. And Portugal playing a major role. The new partnership agreement was designed to be an agreement reinforced and organized for the new times, for the new. So the first one, Cotonou in 2000, post-Cotonou, I believe it will be enforced into 2023. And so these last 20 years changed the world a lot, and so the new agreement is adapted for those new challenges. To give you an idea, it has a global approach, but a global approach to 2 very strong references: the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030, the objectives of sustainable development, the Paris Agreement for the climate changes. And this perspective is essential to try to frame other processes. We talk a lot about Global Gateway, which is the new big research line. I mean, 300 billion euros with lots of projects in the field for the sustainable development or global Europe. So 80 billion euros being controlled by the parliament, and I also have that job. And so being controlled on a permanent basis, and these action tools need, in order to be efficient, need a reference framework shared, which is shared, a common vision, partnership among equals, as we like to say. One of the main characteristics is to highlight the regional collaboration. And so, besides including the global agreement, it also has 3 regional protocols that identify specific regional priorities. And so they will also be monitored by 3 regional assemblies. It's very positive that the regionalization, I have lots of examples, but we are running very late, so I don't have time to do it. But we must concentrate our efforts where they can make a difference. We have, for instance, a special chapter about Haiti. It's an example. Haiti needs a special treatment. We must have a global vision, and that specific case. Let me tell you something. I'm favorable. So I'm not as optimistic regarding the post-Cotonou agreement. So I would like to refer the essential importance of a parliament assembly and the need of more collaboration with the civil society. So they are treated by administrators, diplomats, but this plays a very important role. It creates a solid ground to share as elected parliament people. We must make all these people, citizens, etc., make them aware of all these problems. And so we have the right partners to do it. And this event is very important for that. And is an example of that. An example, and I underline it again, and I thank you again. Thank you. So the Parliament Assembly is an important platform, and we must continue to lever this platform to move with our common objectives, and we must continue to work to involve civil society, particularly women and young people, who are underrepresented in many, many countries. So we also have a women forum, a youth forum, and platforms that gather all the parliament assemblies and that are very important to continue to work in this involvement. And it's also very essential to involve other organizations such as unions, and we count on, says, our collaboration is a good practice, a good example of good practice. And to finish my presentation, we also have a shared responsibility to ensure that all our citizens, particularly the most vulnerable ones, can benefit from our work. And the European Parliament has made it clear, so all efforts must be done so that the new agreement must be signed before summer. And so the last meeting, which took place in Brussels, where we made a decision that this should be done as soon as possible, and every members and all the political groups supported us. I know that the ACP countries could be signed in Samoa. It would be the name of the agreement. Well, Samoa agreement sounds good, but the essential, much more than the name, is to disseminate it in order to give benefits for people and for countries of ACP countries and of the European Union, for a multi-plural world, for a living world without any blocks, without any Cold Wars, without any hot waters, hot wars, because wars always have victims, and we must avoid that. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, senhora.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pizzi. And now we give the floor to Dr. Anna Hall. She is the president of the OACPS Parliamentary Assembly, and she's also the president of ACP countries. Thank you very much, Dr. Anahita, and I'll give you the floor. Thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Professor José Luís Carneiro, the Home Affairs Minister, Ms. Krista Schreng, the President of the Social Economic Committee, Mr. Carlos Trindade, our moderator, and the President of the Economic and Social Committee, Mr. Georges Chicotte, Secretary General of ACP countries, Mr. Dimitris Dimitriadis. He is the President of the Foreign Relations of the Social Economic Committee, Mr. Carlos Sorinho, Co-President of the Assembly ACP European Union. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to thank you very much, to thank you for inviting me as President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the OEACP, as well as Co-President of the Parliamentary Assembly ACP European Union. It is a privilege and an honor to address this meeting. I'm also very happy to be here with a colleague, a fellow colleague, the Member of Parliament, Carlos Sorinho, a very good friend of OEACP and a supporter of the work of this partnership, especially within the context of reinforcing the dialogue between the members of Parliament, the OEACP and the European Union. Civil society is a key player in the development, an essential partner to reach sustainable inclusive development. The role is still essential as it includes the guidelines regarding government actions towards the needs of people that these leaders are responsible for. Also, the civil society also has the role of an advocate and can propose alternative policies to the government, to the private sector, and to other institutions. It renders services, especially to the most vulnerable population. It stands for the rights of the citizens and works to change and maintain the standards, the social standards and behaviors. COVID-19 pandemic, for instance, has shown us how important it is to promote a resilient society that will use all its strong points. And so specifically, it has shown the very relevant role that the civil society has, as it has rendered assistance in the front line and defending the rights of people all over the world. The Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
EU-GPA is one of the joint institutions of the Cotonou Agreement with the role to promote democratic processes through dialogue and consultation, to facilitate better understanding between the peoples of the European Union and the OACP, and to raise public awareness on development issues. In order to facilitate this understanding, the ACP has placed the civil society as key partners engagement, guided by Article 6 of the Cotonou Agreement states that non-state actors comprise of the private sector, economic and social partners, including trade union organizations, and civil society in all its forms according to national characteristics. On that basis, the ACP established in 2001 the ACP Civil Society Forum, which consequently held its meetings in 2006 and 2009. This platform provided an opportunity to exchange views on the implementation and monitoring processes of a coherent OACPS approach to issues of common concern regarding the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, in particular peace and security, water and sanitation, climate change, disaster risk management, private sector development, and the future of ACP and EU relations post-Cotonou. In adhering to this principle, the ACP Joint Parliamentary Assembly, GPA, has continued engagement with your committee by having a standing invitation to all the ACP, GPA, EU GPA plenary sessions. In these sessions, the members of parliament received an update on the work of civil society and their views on the status of implementation of the Cotonou Partnership Agreement. Additionally, at the level of the GPA, we have endeavored to engage with the women and the youth through the various forums we hold in the margins of our meetings, with a view to ensure that the Assembly advocates to their work and support them in their role in the political and development processes of our member states. Our collaboration with civil society continues to be paramount for the success of the ACP-EU cooperation. The GPA has engaged this august body at key processes, such as the negotiation of the new agreement. We held a consultation with civil society, and we believe this enriched the text of the agreement. The new OSPS EU Partnership Agreement was initiated on 15 April 2021. It sets the framework for political, economic, and social cooperation between the two parties for the next 20 years. The new agreement paves the way for alliance building on more coordinated actions on the world stage. It also substantially modernizes the cooperation and expands the scope and scale of the OACPS and UE ambitions to meet current and future challenges. Allow me to now outline 3 areas in which the GPA will enhance our collaboration as well as our working relations. Civil society forum under the GPA. In ensuring that the civil society plays a strong role in our work, as outlined by my colleague, we have ensured that GPA rules of procedures constitute holding a civil society forum. The GPA will engage with civil society organizations, both at the GPA level and at the regional parliamentary assemblies. Strengthen OACPS civil society engagement. There is an urgent call for us to strengthen the OACP civil society engagement. This can be through holding an OACP meeting prior to our joint meetings to ensure you are well briefed and updated of the OACPS processes and allow us to receive your views prior to your joint meetings. I call on all the participants from the ACP side to take keen interest in this regard. I wish submit to the Secretary General to positively consider the proposal and request his team to facilitate this engagement. Distribution of annual reports. I wish to propose that you consider sharing your annual reports with the co-presidents of the GPA, so we are fully conversant with your work, your achievements, and possible challenges. These reports will then be shared with our parliamentarians. Distinguished convidados, senhor.
So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, please allow me to express my appreciation how this committee continues to promote the goals of our partnership with the European Union through your consultations every 3 years, as well as your follow-up committees. I would like to reiterate the commitment of the EU-ACP and the APP, the Parliamentary Assembly, to supply all the support that you need in fulfilling your mandate. I wish you great success in this follow-up committee of the ACP countries, European Union. And thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, doutora Ana Rita Chitó.
Thank you, Ana Rita Chitó, for your participation and for the wishes of good work. And just like you all already saw, we are running late. So we won't have any coffee breaks. So now we'll thank the Minister and the European Deputy and President Ana Rita Chitó. We thank them for their participation, and I would like to ask immediately Dumitru Fornea, Ionut Sibian, Sifa Shiog, Vitor Melícias to come over to the table for the next panel. So let's do it very quickly and very efficiently. See you in a minute.
Muito obrigado por esta eficácia dos serviços.
Thank you. Welcome, speakers. So what we will be talking about is something which has already been mentioned yesterday and today, which is the Global Gateway Strategy. And what is the role? What is the role of civil society? What is the participation of civil society in the Global Gateway Strategies? So without further ado, and just asking you to talk for 10 minutes, please, in order to be able to finish at 12:30. We'll give the floor to Marlene Holzner. She is online. She's head of the unit, local administrations, civil society organizations and foundations, and general direction of international partnerships from the European Commission. I will give the floor now.
For the European Commission, it is very important what the Economic, Social and Monetary Committee is having as an opinion, and that you are a partner, and that we are really pulling and pushing in the same direction. Now, on the Global Gateway, there are a little different interpretation of what it is. As you might know, this is a EU strategic framework that was adopted in 2021, and we see it as our offer of sustainable investment, both in hard and soft infrastructure in our partner countries. Now, there's some saying, look, this is more or less the old thing with a new title. That is most the opinion in many of our partner countries. And others say, look, this is big money, this is big infrastructure. Where is something that is more at the heart of civil society, like human development? I don't want to offer you here to you today a new interpretation. I just would like to state a few facts, the legal base, and also tell you how civil society is already involved in the consultation, in the design of Global Gateway, and what will also come in the future. The first thing I wanted to mention is that everything that was mentioned so far as our common goals and values, that's still valid on the Global Gateway. It was mentioned SDG 2030, the Paris Agreement, climate change. So why is that? We have a regulation, the NDK Global Europe, the Member of Parliament has referred to it before, which is a legal base. It's a legislation which was adopted even before Global Gateway. And it's not there only about principles, but targets. And that means that every single cent that is spent for development aid under this budget has to reach and has to be spent in a certain way, and certain targets need to be reached. And this also includes all the money that will be spent under, let's say, the new title of Global Europe. What targets are these? 30% of the EU budget must be spent to tackle the climate change, 10% for tackling migration, 10% for human development, and 85% must have as an object for gender equality. So what does it mean for Global Gateway? This is included, whether you have a project that is Global Gateway, a bridge, a street, whatever it is. These projects are part of the whole overall budget, and it will be measured whether these are contributing to which SDG target, to which of all these targets. So there's nothing which comes on top, in addition, or out of this, which is really in this legal base. The second point I'd like to make is that we have in this legal base a thematic program, a specific program for civil society, which I'm responsible for. It's 1.5 billion over the 7 years, which is equally untouched by Global Europe because the different headings and the sectors that have been already regulated by law. What does it mean? That not even 1 single cent of the EU budget for development aid will be transferred from one civil society sector to another. That is not possible because it's in law. And equally, let me finish on the budget side, we will monitor out of the overall 80 billion the member of the European Parliament has referred to, which is the overall budget that the Commission has, the EU, for development aid. There we will also check out of the overall money, how many cents, how many euros will be spent for civil society in general, because it's not only the specific programs we have also geographical programs. Now, on the consultation, we have a very long-standing tradition in our delegations and also in headquarters of consultation with civil society, a structural dialogue. And we have renewed by guidelines, and also just this week, we had colleagues from all our 100 offices delegations to say you have to consult civil society, also on Global Gateway projects and Team Europe initiatives, everything. All the big priorities, and this included. Is this just words? No, it's not, because it is me, my unit, who is really reporting and checking whether the civil societies are really consulted, not only quantitative, but also qualitative. Who is invited? When they get the information, is there an impact? Do they just talk? Or are we changing the proposal because the civil society says, look, there's a problem with this bridge or this street because there are indigenous people. So this will be a report, and this report will go to the commissioner. Now, in addition to the consultation, which is happening on the ground, where I think the civil society has the biggest impact. Why? Because it's there where the details of our projects are really discussed in the implementation, and where the local civil society can really say, this is helping our citizen, and there you will be aware. But we're equally, and this is pretty new, we will equally create a specific group of civil society who will be consulted in Brussels at headquarters level on specifically on Global Gateway. We will start in the next few days to think about, who to invite. I'm sure that we can also invite you to think who should be part of this group, and also what the specific mandate of this group is. So they will be able then to discuss many issues, especially also the monitoring and checking that all the principles, all as I have said, is indeed implemented and is done equally for Global Gateway projects as for all the other money that is spent under NDK Global and is EU budget. And that also includes, of course, all the money that is spent via our partner banks, the EIB and all development banks we're working with. That would be my input for today's discussion. Thank you again for having invited me.
Muito obrigado, Madame Marlene Olsner, pelas informações que...
Thank you very much for the information that you have provided us to allow that the organizations of the civil society that we represent, and now with the information you have given us, and with the very precious and valuable information that the civil society must have a structured dialogue, that is, periodical meetings, information that has been disseminated timely in such a way that they can participate in the decisions process is very, very relevant. And I'm sure this is a challenge for our organizations to act in a way as to contribute to achieving this goal. Thank you very much, Ms. Marlene Holzler. And now I give the floor immediately to Dumitru Fornea. Dumitru is a member of European Economic and Social Committee. He's a member of the Group 2, and he has written text on the Global Gateway Strategy. He was the rapporteur, so he's the author of a document of something that we are dealing with. So thank you very much, Dumitru, for being here with us, and I give him the floor immediately. Dumitru, you have the floor.
I hope it's working, yes. Thank you. Obrigado, Senor Presidente. Bom dia. Good morning. Bonjour, because we are in the field of international relations with the ACP countries, and even Buenos dias, because there are some colleagues which are Spanish speaking. So this region is extremely important for us. I was member of the ACP follow-up committee years before, and I know some of the problems which are in the region. I am a trade unionist from Romania, as was said, and I want to discuss very shortly today about the Global Gateway, the Belt and Road initiatives, and as I call it, the path towards a strategic interdependence. Because in the European Union, we are talking a lot about the strategic autonomy. I try to analyze a little bit if that might be possible for our countries. And my personal point of view, it's that we have to be very carefully with the strategic autonomy. Maybe can be realized at the individual level, but in collectivities, always it's complicated to be autonomous. You always will be interdependent in a way or another. So creating these strategic interdependencies should be our concern, at least from my point of view. Let's see what the Chinese did. They succeed until now. And this is from a report from Fudan University on 2020. And if we look a little bit on the figures, the Chinese, they plan to have around 1.2, 1.3 billion dollars by 2027. They started this initiative in 2013, the Belt and Road Initiative, and they succeeded to have until now around $962 billion, which are already invested, and you see around 573 billion in construction contracts and other 389 in non-financial investment. This is what they reported. We need to check if what so. Many of these investments, of course, was in fossil fuel, 63%. So in a way or another, it's not very compatible with what we think about this future investment at global level. We don't deny the necessity to have investments in fossil fuel, but we have a plan to limit in time this kind of investments. And many countries are, in a way, even in Europe, affected by this situation, including my country. We had a big debate about the coal in Romania and Germany and other parts of the European Union. Already around 145 countries are already in the program with the Belt and Road initiatives. You see by years how they, become member of this initiative. You see that ACP countries are quite well represented. Africa, it's a very important target. Afterwards, the interconnections which are foreseen by these programs also are very interesting, including for our countries. Eastern European countries, you see, are targeted, but also some countries in Africa and Central Asian countries are very much interesting for them. The Japanese have been the first one which they reacted. It's traditional in Japan to react to everything that's coming from China, and they proposed this partnership for quality infrastructure, which initially in 2015 was quite limited, but in the next year, in 2016, already has a right to $200 billion was Shinzo Abe, which has the regretted Shinzo Abe, which has announced this, their initiative. Afterwards, we came in June, the Europeans met in G7 in Cornwall, and they decided to have this, the Build Back Better World Initiative. It was an announcement from the White House. You see here, how was it? And the initiative has been called afterwards Build Back Better World Partnership. Was a switch in terms. The people has been a little bit confused. And now in 2022 are even questions if this initiative it's a living one or it's already dead. I saw in the critics in the United States media and press, but of course that will remain to be determined. Which being the value, the guiding principles of these initiatives. Somehow we took it in the global gateway, values-driven, good governance and strong standards, climate-friendly, strong strategic partnerships, mobilize private capital through development finance, enhancing the impact of multilateral public finance. All these aspects, you'll find it in the global gateway. The British, they came afterwards in the COP meeting in UK, and they come in November 2021 with 3 billion over 5 years, a climate innovation facility 200 million, and afterwards a room to run, a guarantee for the African Development Bank. So again, the banking tool, which is expected to raise 1.45 billion in banking guarantees for future investment. We are coming now, the Europeans, and we propose the global gateway, and you listen the terms from the representatives of the European institution, which presented the important informations. You see that all of that has been decided in G7 in a way or another. It's reflected in this initiative. Afterwards, we have a very important event. It's the 6th EU-African Union Summit in Brussels, 17, 18 February, where it's a very important decision for your region. 150 billion to be dedicated to Africa-Europe investment package. So in a way, this will be in line with your own priorities, and from here, it's starting your negotiations with the European institution, how you will be able to secure a part of this amount in projects in Africa and ACP countries. We, the European Economic and Social Committee, some of you know us, we are this, and we have 3 groups, we have members from all over country, all over Europe, and we started to discuss the global initiative. We had a report, I've been rapporteur, and had a co-rapporteur, Madame Jelic from Croatia, and you can find our opinion in all these languages, official languages of European Union, and we formulated some recommendations, and in this recommendation you will see issues related with interconnectivity, the respect of the human rights, the fact that we have a different situation now when we speak about European projects, which we must implement in the EU neighbor regions, because the wars in Ukraine, Syria, Libya, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, all are conflict area, and not always it's simple to deal with this investment, to be transparent, to respect all the principles of European Union, but still we need to do something in this region. If you look what's happening now in Ukraine, we invest more than ever in a region where we don't have control over how the funds are spending. So we have to develop mechanisms and guarantees and relations with the civil society organization in the field. Afterwards, of course, has been said that this initiative, it's more like a brand, because the money are there from the past, so it's not something new for European Union, but will be enhanced with the banking instruments, which multilateral financial institutions. So that it's a novelty, and we hope that the cooperation with the private sector all over the world, the interaction with the European corporations will be interesting. I give you just an example. In Kazakhstan, the Dutch company has invested already 105 billion euros, which is more like the Chinese and Russian investors altogether. So this is the kind of example which we can monitor and we can integrate as data in the Global Gateway initiative. The ethical principles, non-negotiable for us, for the trade unions, for civil society organizations. Afterwards, the fundamental ILO convention for us, for the trade unions, we will fight until the teeth for respecting this, because this is a guarantee that we have decent work and mutual beneficial relations, as was underlined by an African colleague yesterday. The green economy, it's one of the challenges. What we want to achieve with this, the global gateway. And one of the challenges is the green economy, but the green economy, it's coming in a context where you say the interconnectivity, electronic communication, it's raising. We need a lot of mobiles, the terminals, the online, these remote meetings, the remote activities, which are considered in a way green, but for the other side, they need huge amount of raw materials. The same is with green energies. We will need these raw materials. We need to be more efficient. You see the electromobility with other challenges, the rare earths story, you heard about that. And all these are going, once again, to the raw materials. And of course, Africa doesn't want to listen about raw materials because it's associated with the colonial past. But the new agenda for raw materials for Africa should be a negotiation process in attracting the resources, the interest, and somehow investments in new technologies, new education facilities, and of course in civil society organizations. You're already in the United States, they are making a mapping where these are rare earths. Africa doesn't have too much, but it's still important. Countries like Tanzania, Madagascar, and Burundi, but not this is the point, is just to have an image that the potential can be developed. But with all these raw materials are coming the problems. Look what's happening in Congo, look what's happening in China, because the people are talking always about China, which is doing and so on, but they have also a lot of problems. And I don't know if all the citizens are knowing where are the externalities of these technologies. This is Kolwezi mining regions in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but it's not the only one. This is important. Look, the people are living around the mines. They are having infested water, and sometimes they have huge environmental problems. So all this has a cost for environment, for society, for economies. Yesterday, these days, on 14, our commissioner, Vestager, has been in Colombia and launched this very interesting initiative on Digital Alliance. It's what I said before about the mobile electronic communication technologies and the importance which the European Union is emphasizes in international relations. And this is the first step, but we'll have to be collaborated with others. Yesterday, meanwhile, we talked, European Commission launched this, the Critical Raw Materials Act. It's a document of 19 pages or something like this, very important for you in Africa, for our partners in the United States and all over the world. Very important. I invite you to read this document and you can make some conclusions. Finally, what is important for us, it's to develop the civil society partnerships, to start to organize civil society in Africa, in our partner countries, and to develop civil society platforms, to arrive in a certain moment to institutionalize the social and civic dialogue in economic and social councils. And in this case, Africa, it's a good example. International cooperation, we are ACES, you know that. With your institution already, which are in Africa and has been described yesterday, I'm very happy that these institutions are existing and we have partners in ACP countries. And I thank you very much for your time. And sorry, Mr. President, that we overpass a little bit my speaking time. All the best.
Muito obrigado, Dimitrio, pela tua exposição.
Thank you, Dumitru, for your presentation, for the work you carried out. Thank you very much. Now we'll give the floor to another member of the Portuguese Follow-up Committee, member of the Group 3, member of Multiple Interests Group, and member of the Follow-up Committee, but for the Balkans area, for the Western Balkans. Ionut Sibian is at this moment also doing an approach to the global gateway, and that's why he is here today. Ionut, the floor is yours.
Of all Western Balkans. So if you look to the European map, you'll see that Western Balkans countries, the 6 ones, are actually surrounded by member states. So I think only if you look to that map, you realize that European integration is not, it will not be the project finalized without integration of these countries. In terms of population, there are about 17 million. The smaller country is Montenegro, that has 600,000 inhabitants. The biggest one is Serbia, that has about 7 to 8 million inhabitants. So we are not talking about large countries. We are not talking about a big wave of enlargement. For instance, Romania, when we went into the EU, we had 20 plus million, Poland much more. So there will be not a big, let's say, impact from the perspective of the population. But why are those countries important for European Union? First of all, economically, EU is the biggest partner in the region. Secondly, without EU and without process of integration, always we had, and we still have, tensions in the region. So I think putting the peace for a long time in this region, the only solution is the membership, EU membership. I don't know if you're aware about the tensions between Serbia and Kosovo that are still there, and EU is the deal breaker. There are meetings after meetings between the president of Serbia and Kosovo in order to find an agreement. All those countries, they have visa liberalization status, including Kosovo lately, meaning that their citizens could travel to the EU countries without visa. From these 6 countries, 2 of them we are already negotiating for quite a long time with Serbia and Montenegro. We have chapters of negotiations open. We hope with Albania and North Macedonia we'll start the negotiation by the end of this year. Bosnia has the candidate status with Kosovo that it's still not recognized by several countries in the EU. The situation is more delicate. But EU, it's actually, if you look to the figures, because always when you look to a policy, EU policy, you first read the budget. And if you look to what we have on the table for those countries, there is an economic and investment plan for the Balkans. There is a green agenda for Western Balkans. And lately, because of the issue with, they were highly dependent on the import of gas from Russia, we support those countries with 1 billion euro in order to overcome all these issues. It's 500,000 that are 500 millions that are going directly for support for a small and medium enterprise population to be able to pay the high bills, and 500 millions is going for the clean energies in the Western Balkans. So it is a coherent plan that we have on the table for the next 7 years for these countries. But we have all these plans that are billions of euros. They have a string attached, that there will be no money if they don't do progress on the fundamentals. What do you mean? What will we mean in Brussels by fundamental? Human rights, rule of law, good governance, justice reform, economic governance. And we started to be very serious about these progresses. And already one country, because it didn't, it has a different position than the EU towards the war in Ukraine, we are already showing the red flag that you cannot receive important support from the EU, but have a different, totally different foreign policy than the EU. And why we want so much, to have progress on fundamentals? Because we think that there will be no enlargement, no new members, if they don't respect this area. So basically in the negotiation process, the last chapters of negotiations that are first open and the last ones that we close with them are those ones that are looking to so-called fundamentals. This is a lesson learned also from the previous enlargement, when my country and other countries, maybe were not, internalizing some reform. And why not to speak that, we have some blockages. Yesterday somebody mentioned the case of Hungary and the issues concerning the rule of law there, corruption, and the attitude towards the war in Ukraine. So again, it's a very important region for us. It demonstrates that EU is committed for those countries. It's also committed till the enlargement, and they will be part of the EU market, to invest heavily in creating a regional market between those countries in the Western Balkans. And I will end with my intervention with one issue that is also common probably for you, the countries from ACP, the issue concerning young people. Because of the lack of the reform in the area of fundamentals that are linked in a way with the economic development, the young people that are, let's say, the soul of the country and the ones that they could push for the reform and for a development, quick development in the negotiation and enlargement process, they don't see a future in this country because of the lack of perspectives, because they are fed up with the politicians, because they are fed up with the corruption and the lack of the reforms. And I'm going very, very often to talk with young people in the high schools to tell them about that there is a future for them there. And if the first question I'm raising is how many of you do you see the future after you are finalizing the high school in your country? And you see 80% of them that the plan is to leave. And this is also in your country that, because these issues, the rule of law mainly, and the respect for human rights and economic perspective, people want to leave, And this creates a lot of issues for us, the friends of enlargement, the friends for your region, in order to support, let's say, a non-restrictive policy. Because what the citizens in the EU, they see why we should bring these countries, because we have too many migrants, they are coming here because we have visa liberalization and they don't go back. So all the project on enlargement, it cannot happen without the support of the European citizens. And again, I will conclude this, if EU will not invest more in youth programs, from economic, from bringing them into associations, being environment, being social, being the area of civic and whatever, and create opportunities for them. Okay, they don't want to go into politics. They don't want to go in public administration because it's bad paid. But we should find solutions for them to keep them in those countries, because otherwise there will be no reforms and no progress for those countries. And I will finish with the support for civil society. We, in the Western Balkans, we have quite good instruments in supporting civil society. And we had some very good opinions in ESC that we convinced the EU to go and fund through a national organization, independent organization, small organizations outside the capital cities. Because we've seen, according to our reports, ESC, that most of the funding is going to fancy organizations from main cities, and the ones from the rulers of more cities are not benefiting from those money. And this is a model that could be replicated in other regions by the EU, giving money and creating civil society infrastructure in those countries in order to build resilience and to get small grants that are 5,000 euros in Belgrade will not do a difference, but 5,000 euros for a youth organization in a village of Serbia will do a difference. And I think this model could be replicated also in the countries UN4 and this perspective. And yesterday, Mr. Dimitriadis was talking about capacity building. We have that into agenda, but we would like to go beyond this funding, that we call it institutional grants. What does it mean, institutional grants? It means you are funding part of a budget of a civil society organization to do the activities according to the mission and the strategic planning they have on the table. We should go beyond this idea that we implemented in 90 after the fall of Iron Curtain, that it's a project-driven funding for civil society. It was in a certain way successful, but I think we should go on next stage because enemies of civil society, they are more skilled than in the 90s, and I think we should be, let's say, innovative in this approach. And my organization in Romania, we are now promoting this, we are providing these institutional grants, and we see that it has much more impact. The retainer staff is there, they have a strategic perspective for 2, 3, 4 years, and you know the resilience of the organization and civil society that is part of this scheme, it's increasing. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Ionut.
Thank you very much, Jonut, for the issues you have raised and for the special final question that you've asked, because support to the civil society is always on the table, and very rightfully so. And without any further delay, I will give the floor to Dr. Sifa Shihosh. Dr. Sifa Shihosh is a member of our follow-up committee, the European Union and Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. And she is also, at the same time, the member of the International Cooperative Alliance Africa Committee. And she's going to share with us her experience with the cooperatives, and she's going to share with us the support that Global Gateway can and will award.
Accepted our invitation. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. All protocol observed. I would like to thank the organizers for this opportunity to take you through the nexus between the EU Global Gateway Initiative and the cooperative movement. I would like first to say that this particular initiative is of great interest to us, more so with also the post-Cotonou agreement, for the mere fact that when you look at the cooperative movements, we do share similar principles and values. For those of you who might not be very conversant with cooperatives, I would like to say that we are enterprise with a soul, but also we are association, so we cut across the private sector, but also the civil society organization, as you shall be seeing it. We do live by the 7 principles, which allow me just to name them very fast. We are open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for the cooperatives. So those are our beliefs, those are our principles, and we also do believe in equity, equality, and self-help. So when you look at the 5 pillars of the EU Global Gateway Initiative and the principles that I've just mentioned, you could easily see how they fit quite well. And without going into much details because of time, I would like to say that indeed and like the other initiatives which have been mentioned here, and again, where also the cooperative movement was invited, namely the Belt and Bridge Initiative, the China Belt and Bridge Initiative, where the cooperative movements, both globally but more so in Africa, has been invited quite often to participate as well. This particular EU Global Gateway Initiative is of great interest to us because of the things that I've just mentioned, namely the principles and the values that are very dear to us and which also are shared by the EUC. Having said that, I would like again also to introduce briefly my organization. I do work for the International Cooperative Alliance. We have a global office based in Brussels. We also have the 4 regional offices. The Africa one is based in Nairobi, where I am based. We do have the Americas based in Costa Rica. The European office based also in Brussels, and Asia Pacific based in New Delhi. We are organized in such a way that we are independent in how we do our business. So definitely the global, we have the General Assembly, that is the global plus also the global board and the management. So as the regional autonomous offices like the Africans, we do have the General Assembly for Africa, General Board, that is regional board, and also the regional management. Cooperative do cut across all the sectors of the economy. For some, when you talk especially in Africa, if they have been exposed to the rural small cooperative, that's what they can relate. But we do cut across all the sectors. We are big, small, and medium, depending on the situation, but mostly in the ACP countries, apart from Kenya, which ranks 7 worldwide, other African countries are quite still in the medium and small scale cooperatives. In terms of job, we have created 250 million jobs worldwide. And again, I would like to say that, like you'll see it later in my examples, youth, women, and the most disadvantaged are mostly our target groups. In Africa, because we are more focusing on Africa as far as this particular conference is concerned, and where I come from, we do represent all the 54 countries, but because we are open and voluntary membership, and again, we have got our values, which one has to subscribe to, and we also have to pay membership, so it can compress at any particular time or also expand. Currently, we have got 45 members across Africa, 44 members across Africa. Now, I would like to look keenly on the cooperative activities and the EU Global Gateway focus areas. I would like to say that indeed, like I said, we do have quite a number of activities which quite fit well within the cooperative movement. As you can see from these few examples, the very first slide, we are talking about the Cooperative Bank of Kenya with the African Guarantee Fund, where we had received support for the ecology, for the technologies, innovative technologies and digital technologies that we are trying to spearhead in Kenya. Same is also when you look at the other side of the upper side of the slide, acceleration of digital transition. We do have what we call the Ushirika Hub in Kenya as well. We have mapped all the cooperatives digitally, and also trying to we also at our office trying also to improve on the uptake of cooperatives in Africa. On the lower side of, that is on the left, that is also an example of energy cooperatives. And this is very of a particular interest because how it was born. In the cooperative movements, we do believe in the youth, and they would like also all our leaders in Africa also to walk the talk. And especially because in February, I was invited as a guest speaker for the youth side events, which we have been alluding to. And unfortunately, the only member of parliaments which we are with, they were from the European countries. None of them came from Africa. We did register that, and we hope it's the message of this pass, because when we want to talk to you and when we want to lobby, and us not be but the youth, because at that time I was representing or the speaker among the youth, would like also to show that you really mean it when you talk about youth development. The only asset we have in Africa currently is the youth, because we are the fastest growing continent. And if we can nurture, educate, inform, and empower our youth, I think we'll be talking about the next powerhouse, economically, socially, but also politically, coming from Africa. Too much of that. Looking at the last slide on the, again, on the lower right, again, we are talking about the same, which is the financial inclusion technologies, which again speaks to the European Global Gateway initiatives. You can see already that we are already implementing some of those small projects at lower level, and now the issue is about scaling them up across Kenya, but also across Africa and other ACP countries. But for us, we don't wait. We hear that something is which resonates very well with us. With the little resources, we start implementing, and as we wait for those rightful partners to come on board. We also have other good cases on, like I'll talk about the health cooperative, because also it's among the pillars of the EU Gateway initiative. Sorry, I want to close. The health cooperatives, we have quite a number of them we have received support or collaboration, because we have talked about collaboration among cooperatives. Health Partners USA has worked with quite several countries in Africa in having health cooperatives. We have one in Uganda, Zambia, Lesotho also, you can see that we already have, and others are coming in the pipeline in DRC, Kenya, and the like. So we are very keen on the health cooperatives, community-based initiatives, and more so after the COVID, crisis. I would like, maybe because of time, I've already been notified to make some closing remarks, and indeed they reiterates our willingness at the civil society organizations and more so the cooperative movements to work with the EUC on this particular initiative of the EU Global Gateway Initiative. We have already been engaging with the EU in different capacities. We are a member of the PFD, but also we do have the FPA with the EU. And we also were parts of the structured dialogue with the EU in trying to redefine and define what is the civil society organizations and actors. And I think it has been resolved. And we hope that this particular sitting also will consider the same decisions or the same groupings as advocated by the EU under the PFD. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief, for your speech. And sorry for you don't have more time for do this your best speech. So sorry, but I guess our members fixated your important points. Now I will give the floor our guest, Padre Vítor Melícias. Padre Vítor Melícias, o Padre Vítor Melícias é um antigo membro do nosso Comitê Económico.
Father Vítor Melícias is a former member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and he is a man who intervenes in civic society. And I give you the floor. Well, I would like to greet everyone. It's an honor for me to be a part of such an important forum about something which is very dear to me. And I dedicated my whole life to it, both in theoretical and doctrinal aspects and the practical involvement in the organization, direction of civil society organizations. And because we are in this field, I remind you that in 2 mandates, I integrated the follow-up Mercosur Committee and ENOMEC. So I dealt with the theoretical subject in several communications in Madrid, 94, in Dublin, 99, in Brussels, 99, in Slovenia, 98, and others. But today, because we are talking about practical aspects in our meeting, I won't mention any theoretical parts of the essential role that play the civil society organizations, so both the Parliament and the Commission, as well as the institutional cooperation organs, and our SESE itself, and we have our colleague Domitro here with us, and all of them have said in the cooperation of the Union and in the Global Gateway, they say that the main principle is the involvement of civil society, and it must be a real component of governance. And as a consequence, it must be adopted by the European Union as a criterion in its relationships with the partner countries. Besides, after the Cotonou Agreement, it was a pioneer and the first to consecrate this principle as a criterion for the cooperation to the involvement, our SESI. And I will quote Rex. It has played a main part aiming at the organizations of civil society, are a decisive part in the promotion of coherence, of the development policies. Thus, it's very important for us all to reinforce it and to find new specific and efficient ways to potentiate it and to universalize it. And it's with this goal in mind and based on the experience throughout the years, I wish to share with you 2 or 3 ideas more connected to practice than to the theory. First of all, to provide efficiency to the triangle cooperation that involves the European Union, the states, and the civil society organizations, gathering political, social, and civil dialogues. So it's essential that it's about an organized civil society and a stable one as well, with the ability to influence the decisions and not an inorganic society resulting from spontaneous occasional movements easily gathered by the emotional aspect of social media, and then the political and civil dialogue for the common good. And so it's very important that the representatives of civil society and the local associations can be the voices independent from the state, free, able to articulate themselves in networks in areas of common interest at stake. So, in everything, but particularly in the human development, the decisions cannot be just for the political power, because, as the classics used to say, and he's quoting something in Latin, so the one who is, are more interested and affected cannot not know the decisions, and they should participate in an active way in the design, in the planning, and in the execution and assessment of the projects themselves. Well, if it's certain that the committee and that the national economic and the social organizations play a very remarkable action or role in this training and empowerment and direct dialogue and cooperation with such organizations, well, without saying that we are the bridge between the organizations and the state and civil societies, so we are a permanent assembly of civil society, those states and these institutions must, and specifically in moments like this one that we are living, must have as a priority of collaboration, of cooperation, the identification and the strengthening of the organized civil society organizations and delegations of the European Union and local agents, local stakeholders. And the national councils themselves could assume the initiative and the task of managing a complete database of civil society that represents and defends and stands for and express their promotion and integration. And about this issue, I remind you of the times that Mr. Silva Lodge, one of the most brilliant presidents, challenged me to elaborate a list of organizations and institutions, credible ones, that the several sponsors could make consultations for the safety of their issues.
O Comitê Econômico e Social, em estreita ligação.
So, the delegations of the European Union promote an articulate knowledge of the organizations of civil society and of the interests at stake regarding each one of the investment projects. As we know, the Cotonou Agreement, now updated, the former collaboration of the sector referred to a relationship of a true relationship between peers, what implies a bigger knowledge of the specificity of each kind of investment and of the communities located that they will affect. So there's no one more capable of doing that than than the organizations of civil society. Because between partners, it's about that. The options are not imposed, but they are proposed. And because it's important to think about the general interest without affecting third parties, it's important to respect the autonomy and the systems of third parties, which is a delicate political matter. It's important, and I will quote the European Commission, as far as Global Gateway is concerned, to ensure that the investment is not distorted. So the search for a consensus as for the priorities for the country and more beneficial for local communities should be based on the effect of demonstration of good practices already experienced in similar countries. So, for that matter, I would like to mention some aspects of the Portuguese experience. So, the Portuguese civil societies have undergone problems regarding independence and autonomy in the periods of centralism, during the Salazar period, etc. So regarding the excess of lack of organization, the results of liberalism of the second stage of the 19th century, in the first phase of the 20th century, besides imposing centralization strongly controlled, it abolished the freedoms of social organizations, and they were subject for more than 40 years of government control and creating a static culture of dependence on subsidies and political submission, even regarding the less powerful cooperatives, as well as the Misericórdias and the humanitarian organizations of the fire departments. So, with the revolution of 74, the conditions of spreading of a civil society was recovered. And very quickly, one made a lot of progress in legislation and political acknowledgement of the whole sector. But in practice, it did not work that well. And we have still an undesirable culture, on the one hand, of a dependence on subsidies, and on the other hand, of a centralism by the administration, both central and local. Even when we are aware that subsidies or financial supports estimated per capita are due to the citizens and not to the institutions as such. In a word, Portuguese civil society, being already quite exemplary in the legislation, still has some weaknesses before the public powers. In spite of that, it tries to recuperate, to recover, and it tries to improve, and the civil society is fully integrated in the social and economic organization, where it has a law whose fifth article consecrates that they are autonomous and independent from the state and from any other institutions foreign to the sector. And so the organizations participate in the European scenario, in the economic Portuguese organization, and it gathers in a confederation, national confederation of social economy. And among these progresses and the political acknowledgement of civil society, I find it quite useful meetings like this one, and to mention the Pact of Cooperation signed on December 9th, 1996, between the government led by the Prime Minister Antonio Guterres, nowadays General Secretary of the United Nations, and the local authorities and the institutions that represent the social society. From the three entities, they united not to make a commitment, but a true commitment with a paralegal characteristic, and consolidated by the government of Antonio Costa, this pact, this binding pact, the cooperation strategy based on the principles of autonomy and the participation of civil society, reinforcing the respect for the competences of each party, implies the involvement of institutions in the design, in the planning, in the execution and assessment of social policies at the national, regional, and local levels. And all this under the control of a follow-up committee and an assessment committee I don't believe we must imitate but perhaps we should think that mutatis mutandis, we can give a strength to each one of the partner countries, the effective participation of the dialogue for the global gateway strategy. So I can tell you that both regarding to several legislative policies, we had always present that as far as social protection and human rights and sustainable development, the constitutional obligation of protecting them as rights and duties is not an obligation only of the state. It would create the obligation one to another. It's not that. The obligation is the one and the other, the state and the civil society, and not the one towards the other. It's a syntagmatic relationship. In these matters, the obligation belongs to both of them. And we must have quantitative and qualitative aspects. So these commitments are syntagmatic. They are not contracts. They are not contracts. And this is important. For the participation of civil society is not considered to be a favor. So it's a right, which is the same as the states and all the other interested institutions with interest on a common good. And this all those agreements so cooperation and collaboration, they are not identical and they are not synonyms, but many times they are considered the same, but they are not. And to finish, and regarding that essential partner, which is the organized civil society, it allows me to remind a situation that in the 80s, in the mid-80s, and I was charged by the government to organize a national fire brigade service together with the general director in Sesimbra. During an afternoon and an evening, we elaborated a plan of all the legislation, and we forecast a Superior Council of Firemen, where the organizations or the civil organizations of fire department that exist in Portugal, they do not belong to the state, they belong to the civil society. They have one more element than the states. And the 5 regional departments, only the inspector was appointed by the state. The other members were appointed by the civil fire structures. And I took this text, this plan, and one of the members told me this is a legal heresy, because civil society appoints more elements than the state. Heresy, I said. Heresy is to give to the state just because it supports the definition of the interests of society. And more in such a case, because under the terms of the law, the humanitarian organizations support the fire brigades. That is the national fire brigades. It's not a public fire. And I took this matter to the minister, who was an open and an intelligent man, agreed and said, Father Ulysses is right. So the service was created, the structure was approved, and it worked fine. And so the people who work know best, who work in these subjects. So we must not be afraid of anything. We must do things. Thank you very much.
Sabatina que nos deu sobre a importância os
Thank you very much, Father, for the concept you have given us regarding the civil society and the rights that the civil society has, because they're dealing with the common good. And so you've explained this very clearly. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we now have a huge problem. We should now have an interaction between the members of the panel and the General Assembly. And then we would have final comments. But we are very late. So I must say that the Mayor of Porto has given us the honor to offer us lunch. And he's waiting for us at 12:30 at Casa do Roseral, which is in this beautiful garden, this beautiful park. So unfortunately, as a moderator, we won't be able to open a debate so that you will be able to comment and suggest and propose. And our speakers can then comment. So I'm very sorry we don't have time for the debate, but I think that the presentations throughout this morning and the 3 opening speeches, as well as the presentations of our 4 speakers, I'm sure that in fact they will they have been so good that they may make for this lack of interaction. I hope you forgive me for deciding this way, but the Mayor of Porto is waiting for us. So I close this session, our meeting, and let's have lunch with the Mayor at Casa do Roseral. That, as you see, is a beautiful house in the park, and we'll be back at 2 for the final panel of this meeting in this beautiful city of Porto. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch. And those of us who work with the President, well, let's have lunch. Thank you very much. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
all the whiskey has brought me pain. And all the money has brought me rain. Been so high and so full of pride, it all turned bad with the blink of an eye. I lost all I can lose, falling down off a mountain of blue. I've got a problem. Please let me explain. Short, hot temper. You know they drove me insane. Bad mistake. You know one's enough. Oh, because of a jealous love. I lost all I can lose, falling down off a mountain of blue. Late last night, about 3 a.m., I woke up cold, wondering where I've been. I saw my baby lying deathless still. It all came back to me against my will. Flash of anger. You know I should have run. But instead, I pulled my gun. I lost all I can lose, over. Said to leave and take all my stuff. And you know, girl, ever since that day, I ain't been good enough. Done it good, baby. Lock my poor heart away. Now Softly let me kiss your lips, and gently let me take down your hair. Softly let me kiss your lips, baby, and gently let me take down your hair. You make me wanna love you so bad, and I just don't have another care in this whole damn world is to love you. I wanna be your guide, baby. Let me show what a man can do. I wanna be your guide, baby. Let me show you what a man should do. You know I'm gonna treat you so nice. Yes, when I make love to you. You're my control. Oh! Just round the corner. The shadow in the dark. Just round the corner. There's a shadow in the dark. I can feel something creeping. It's you coming round. Oh, yeah. Other side of the alley. There's a calling in the night. On the other side of the alley. There's a calling in the night. haven't seen any rain. Dragging around a ball and chain. I haven't seen any rain. Dragging around a ball and chain. Angel says it's 11:15. I'll catch the next elevator to heaven. Time can be a second, can be a minute, an hour, or even a day. Time, 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 time can be a second, minute, hour, or even a day. Angel says it's 7:15. I'll catch the next elevator to heaven. chain was out there. Angel says it's 7:30. Time to catch the next elevator to heaven. Heaven. It's a pity. Low down and dirty shame. Lord, it's a pity. Low down and dirty shame. Tell me, how can a poor man make it? I said, when money is the name of the game. I used to have the best credit every place in town. I signed my name, no money down. Things done got tough, y'all, and on Buster needs some. Now my name won't even buy me a piece of bubble gum. It's a pity. Low down and dirty shame. Tell me, how can a poor man make it? I say, when money is the name of the game. Look out, Lee. So bad, baby, yeah. They got me looking for gas. This a pity, yeah. Low down and dirty shame. Oh Lord, baby, tell me how can a poor man make it? I say when money is the name of the game. I need some, baby. I know. Oh Lord, yeah. We talking about crumbs. Don't forget about the frame. Tell me how can a poor man make it? Hey, I said when money, yeah, is the name of the game. Went down to the river, sit there on that road, wondering about my life, wondering what went wrong, losing my brother. Sorrow in my heart. Well, I've been down for so long. It's getting hard to get better. It's hard to find a woman, even harder to find a friend. When I think love's beginning, it turns out to be the end. Losing my brother. The sorrow in my heart. Well, I've been down for so long. It's getting hard to get better. Well, I've been drinking and drinking to drive my blues away. It leaves me for the night time, but it's right back next day. Losing my brother. The sorrow in my time. Well, I've been down for so long. It's getting hard to get better. happy on the outset. Folk think I'm okay, but I'm crying on the inside. See my tears, they fall like rain. The sorrow in my well, I've been down for so long. It's getting hard to get better.
Blues has got me, and I have to make a brand new start. The blues has got me, and I have to make a brand new start. Nothing I can do to please you, babe. So I guess we have to part. that you're really gone. Blues has got me. Blues has got a hold on me. Blues has got me, babe. Blues has got a hold
my life. If I ever leave you, you can say I told you so. And if I ever hurt you, you know I hurt myself as well. Is there any way for me to carry on? Do you think I want my love on? Said I love you more than you ever know. More than you ever know. When I wasn't making too much money, you know where my paycheck went. I put it on to you, baby, and I never spent one cent. Is there any way for me to carry on? Do you think I want my love on wrong? Said I love you more than you'll ever know. More than you'll ever know. I'm not trying to be it. Just any kind of man, no, I ain't. I'm just trying to be somebody, yeah, you can love, trust, and understand. I know that I can be part of you that no one else can see. Yeah. I gotta hear you say, I got to hear you say that it's alright. I'm only flesh and blood, but I can be anything you demand. I can be king of everything. just one tiny grain on sand. Is there any way for me to carry on? Do you think I want my love on gone? Did I love you more than you ever know? Say I love you. I love you. I love you, baby. Well, I don't want nobody else. Need nobody else.
Okay. Miss Lewis, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
We do, although there is a bit of noise, right?
You don't have a headset? Those you're speaking to your computer. The sound on the computer is might be fine for you, but for us it comes a bit distorted.
No, I don't have a headset, but I'm connecting. Is this much better? No, I'm connecting an external mic. Are you hearing me better?
The headset? Hello?
External.
Is this the headset?
Hello, this is Hidden Kim from WMO. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we do. We do hear very well. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, are you hearing me better?
Miss Lewis, we do have trouble in hearing you well. We kindly ask you to use headsets to improve the quality of the sound. As you might understand, this meeting is being interpreted into 4 languages, and it's really important that we can hear you well. Thank you so much for your understanding.
Does anybody else want to test their microphone? Remy.
Hi there. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, your sound is fine.
Okay, great. Hey, I've got my headphones on.
Okay, phones and a microphone.
Yes.
Okay, we'll put on here. The test is okay with you then. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Terrific.
you are
Can
the
I-
first person to speak.
Okay, can I share my screen just to see that my presentation works?
Exactly, that would be ideal. Thank you so much for sharing with us. But ideally, if you could share on your side.
No, share it. We haven't started yet, so. It's not on full screen. We can see
You
the
see it?
power. Now it's on full screen. If you go to the first slide.
This is the first slide.
Oh, this is okay. It's in full screen and it's fine. Okay.
Okay, terrific.
Thank you. Anybody else want to test their microphone?
Hello? Hello?
Miss Lewis, can you hear us?
Yes, are you hearing me much better?
Yeah, we do hear you much better as well. Thank you so much for improving it.
Okay.
And I confirm your link to the video well received. We are trying to liaise with our technicians to be able to play it. As you can understand, was a bit of short notice.
You have to tell
I
us.
can share it from my screen.
No,
but,
you can tell us to play it if you want.
Hello?
But if you're sharing a screen, we cannot play the video. So either you share
No,
it.
I can share my screen.
Yeah.
And play the
You
video.
have to.
Well, I can.
When you share screen, you have to activate a button that says video. Video sound. Okay. When you share screen, there is a button that says activate video sound.
So do you want me to do it now? Or
Yes, let's try to see if it works. Yeah, it works, right?
no, let me just see if I can.
You have to play. It's paused.
Are you hearing it?
Wait a second.
Hello?
No, we don't have sound.
Okay.
So you have to come out the share screen and activate video sounds first before you share the screen.
Share sound, share screen. You have to click on share sound and optimize media.
Okay, Karan is connected. Can he share his screen instead and he'll play the video for me, if that's okay.
Now let's try then. Thank you.
Thanks. So Karan, you can share your screen.
Karen Martinez. Otherwise, another option would be you would speak and we would share the video on our site, if you agree.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay
Okay,
for
so
you?
sure, because what I will do, some of the questions you
Yeah,
send,
you just give
I
you
will
just
respond
need to
and
give
then,
us instructions when to share.
okay,
Okay?
okay.
Thank you so much, Miss Lewis.
Of a network of partners that support Caribbean countries in the sustainable management of their water resources by promoting integrated water resources management. Integrated Water Resources Management, IWRM, is about good water governance and requires a cross-sectoral approach to managing water. It takes into consideration that the different uses of water are interdependent. IWRM means that water allocations and management decisions made at every level
Okay, perfect.
Por favor. Ok, muito obrigado. Bem, então vamos dar início ao terceiro.
So we are going to start the third panel of our meeting. I hope you have enjoyed lunch. And the President of the Chairman apologizes to the members of this meeting to apologize because the President made a mistake when he stated that the mayor was waiting for us. As you've seen, he was not there. So it was a mistake. He told us only when we got there. When we got to the great facilities where we had lunch, but he told us that unfortunately that he was unable to be there and the Vice President was. And this, of course, raised an issue, and this is why I'm apologizing. Everything was organized for the president to be there, but this is why there was this error, and I apologize for this. Because we had to finish at 12:30 because we thought the mayor was waiting for us and that he had to have lunch at 12:30, and I apologize for this. Thank you very much for understanding. So we are now in the third panel of our work. The theme is challenges related to water in ACP countries. And to present the opinions regarding this theme, we have a whole set of experts from the ACP member countries, such as our colleague Francisca Jimenez from the Caribbean, or our colleague Milena Angelova, who is a member of the EEAC in Brussels, as well as 4 speakers that will participate online. So what we want is to have continuity in the decision that the Social Economic Committee has made this year, so that in 2023, so continuing with what United Nations did to do this year, the year that deals with the issues of relevance of water. Water as a factor of life and development. And without further delay, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Erin King. She is head of the Department of Water for the World Health Organization. She is the head of department since 2019. She has worked in Korea, and she has a PhD in water resources engineering and hydrology. So, welcome, Ms. Erin Keane.
Accepted our invitation, and for us is a great honor. You are a speaker in this panel. Thank you very much, and please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me well. Unfortunately, the interpreter says that I'm working in WHO, but I'm working in WMO, World Meteorological Organization. Should I share my presentation?
See. Yes, yes, if it's easier, if you can. If you cannot.
Yeah, I cannot see the button that I can share the screen. So could somebody in the meeting room can share my slides, which I already sent this morning? Now I have my right to share the screen, so I hope it works now. Can you see the screen?
Just a second, it's opening. It's you have the full screen now.
Yeah. Is it working?
Yes, working fine. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So today, thank you for having me today. I will briefly introduce about what is the main challenges in the ACP countries, especially for the water, and how WMO has been working with our member countries and states. So this is a very short, brief introduction about WMO, World Meteorological Organization. We are specialized agency of the United Nations for meteorology, weather and climate, and also operational hydrology. We are technically support the 193 member states and territories, including ACP countries. This is a WMO structure focused on hydrology and water. As you could see, that we do have a regional association in the middle of the top of the structure. That we do have RA 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 For example, RA1 is Africa, RA5 is Southwest Pacific. I don't think it will be very interesting to see all the complicated structure of WMO, so I will skip this. And the WMO, as you might see, that we do have a plan of action for hydrology until 2030. So main ambition is about no one is surprised by flood, everyone is prepared for drought, and we have a thorough knowledge of the water resources of our world. That's also water quality is also part of our 8 long-term ambitions. So we are supporting our member countries and territory members states with those long-term ambitions. As you might see, there are many initiatives ongoing in WMO with our members. So one of them is Hydro Hub, which is supporting Global Hydrometry Support Facility, and also Hydrological Observation System, WHOS, and other information system and forecasting system, GDPFS, Global Data Processing and Forecast System. We do have a lot of initiative, and also focusing flood, WMO Flood Forecasting Initiative, Associate Program of Flood Management, and also Associate Program of Drought Management, which is cooperated with the GWP, Global Water Partnership. I could see one of the panelists is from the GWP as well. And we are also focusing on WMO Global Hydrological Status and Outlook System, which called Hydro SOS, to be implemented in its members. Here is our Pacific Island country, which is also linked with our WMO RA5 region. As I mentioned, the WMO RA5 region is the Southwest Pacific region. Many of them are same as the ACP countries and states. As you see that here, Brunei, Fiji, French Polynesia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Micronesia, and New Caledonia, those are all WMO RA5 region. And we are working with them very closely, and we found several challenges faced by PICT of ACP. For example, the vulnerable to the climate change, which caused a lot of heavy rainfall, storm surge, and sea level rising, which are critical facts in all the ACP members. And they also felt the water security, food affect the people in every single day. And they're also having some challenges about the capacity, the lack of human resources in the National Hydromet and water-related agency, and climate change cannot, neglect. Climate change and water issues is very well known, the critical threat to well-being and survival of communities in the region. As I mentioned earlier about the flood and drought, water scarcity, those are all the very threatened challenges for the ACP countries. And you can see the water security and also access to the clean water. Sanitation is also a critical issue in ACP member states. And there are some needs, what we have been figured out, that investment is also very important. And they also wanted to update their legal frameworks, and technical professional training is always important. And having accuracy of the forecasting result to reduce the flood and drought damage is also very much required from all the ACP member states. And ensure hydrology and water resources services directly linked and integral in the achieving to the sustainable development goals. That is also the needs from our ACP countries. And I want to really be interested about how WMO engage and work with our members in the Pacific region, mainly the ACP member states. We do have a hydrological advisor for each member states, and also we are working with them closely by nominating experts to the technical commission and also working groups. We do have a regular regional hydrological advisors forum to figure out what are the needs, what they need, or what kind of support they need from WMO and also from other partners and other member states. And this is also one of our main program. We are working with some of the program guidelines standard, but we also directly having the extra budgetary project funded by many donors directly support the ACP country states. As I mentioned, there is a very regular, in this region, regular hydrological advisors forum, which are nominated from each member. So from 2020, 2021 to 23, we continuously having this regular meeting to discuss more in-depth technical part and their needs, support, and also we develop some proposal together to ask some funding from, for example, adaptation fund to implement some of the real training and also upgrading their forecasting systems, monitoring, and also observation. All those what hydrological value chain we wanted to support together with our member states. And next Monday, we will have the first phase RA5 working group hydrology meeting after the WMO governance reform. So in that meeting, we will discuss about how we work with our leaders and members and how to deliver all the outcomes and about timeline as well. That will be focused on our members' needs, of course. And the other ones that we are going to have a back-to-back with this meeting and the workshop, which I shortly introduce you about WMO hydro status and outlook system, which will support to members from data observing, data exchange, and observing and monitoring to information and making the decision and supporting the policies. So this does not mean that we are going to create something totally new. We will use the existing tools, systems, and models and data if there are anything available there, and also working with our partners and members closely to support that they can make the decision and also find out how much water availability and also how they make a decision for the future with the hydrological outlook result. And this is one of our major initiatives in WMO. So not only focus on flood, fresh flood, and also drought, and making decisions for the allocation of the water. As you may know, many ACP member states having faced difficulty for the groundwater management as well. So it can be the part of a hydro SOS. Then that shows the hydro SOS approach that we are using the hydrological data, water resources data information, and using some of the models and system, and also using other data as well from the satellite remote sensing. And by doing so, that we're using the modeling and see some of the result and communicate with the water users directly and supporting all the stakeholders, including agricultures, including dam and reservoir operators and disaster managers, all can work together with the outcomes of hydro SOS. And this is some of the survey results. Very recently, we have been doing with our ACP member states. So until so far, among the 24 RA5 members, we received half of the answer, and rest of them we will keep receiving and updating the survey result. As you could see, the top priority that we ask them what are their top priority: irrigation or flood warning and preparation. As you can see, there are very big numbers. Still, the top priority was flood warning and preparedness, and also drought warning and preparedness, and other disaster risk reduction application was very much highly needed from the 12 members. And the other result, we asked them, do you have any hydrological simulation tool which is using? And most of them, the 55%, they say yes. They do have some kind of a simulation model, but they need a hydrological outlook product for the sub-seasonal and seasonal timescale, because most of the tools focus on the flood part. And 90% of members indicate the need for the capacity building. So continuously, what the ACP country needed is not only the system tools, but they still need a lot of capacity building activity to enhance their availability for the hydrological services. And then as I mentioned about this hydro SOS earlier, that we are going to have a workshop next week that see the result of our survey and also discuss about how to draft and update and finalize the Hydro SOS implementation plan developed by our members. So this implementation plan basically will use for the future project, because in that implementation plan, we will see what are the status, what are the gaps, what the needs, and how we can improve and support them. So it will be introduced in our WMO Congress, which will be held in 22nd May until June 2nd. And this will be a good opportunity that we can see how we can support the ACP members technically and financially. And this is some of ongoing project in the RA5, which WMO says RA5, but ACP countries. For example, we do have a fresh flood guidance system, which was funded by multiple donors, USAID, Cruise Project, World Bank have been supporting us. So it is now operational use 69 member states in WMO, and part of Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Philippines, and Timor-Leste operational use Southeastern Asia Oceanic Fresh Flood Guidance System. And they do have many models and data QP sharing. And also there's some urban flood models operational use. And we also have a Fiji fresh flood guidance system since 2018. And national disaster managers directly use the FFGS result. So we have more than 30 forecaster, disaster managers, stakeholders that train through the FFGS and disaster risk training program. So it was excellent result, as you could see from the Fiji Met Service and also Fiji Disaster Risk Reduction Authorities using our system to give a alert and warning with many different languages, in local languages. And there's another project which we called Hydro Hub, focused on innovation called how to we support hydrometric challenges in the Pacific Island. And also there's some learning exchanges, training workshop, and user provide workshop and webinar is held under the Hydro Hub activities. And we do have another system supporting for example, Fiji, that we do have coastal inundation, flood initiative. Part of that project, we're supporting them how to forecasting the inundation, and it is now operational use in Fiji and will be expanded other river basin as well. And there is another project which we call the Cruise Pacific 2.0 that we have been started since 2021 and supporting them to improve governance and also enhance product development and service delivery, and also supporting gender mainstream and also disabled people in the community. So those are all of the ongoing projects supported by WMO with multiple partners and donors. Thank you very much for your attention. That's all from me now.
Thank you very much, Madame Keane, for your presentation. Thank you very much for you share with us your big experience, your expertise. Muito obrigado. E aproveito para, sobre aquilo que disse a doutora...
And about what Ms. King said, I would like to inform that the United Nations are going to hold on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th this month a world conference on water. And on the 22nd is the International Day of Water. And what is significant in this World Conference on Water, as the speaker said, it's the first initiative that is done since 1997. And so that means that the United Nations are following this process, and they have identified the risks that exist. And so they took the initiative to give a new life to the water issues. Thank you very much once again, Ms. King, and let's move on with our works. I hope that you will stay with us, but we know that the hours are very different, and maybe you have to go home and rest. Well, thank you anyway. Thank you anyway. Much obliged. We will give the floor right now to a colleague of the European Social and Economic Committee, our colleague Milena Angelova.
É correlatora de parecer que o Comitê está a elaborar.
She is the co-writer of an opinion, of a SES opinion, about the water policy between desertification and securization. So it's time for a blue diplomacy. And so I would like first to thank her for being here with us and for sharing with us everything that you've done so far. Muito obrigada.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here with you and very honored to be part of this extremely high-level conference because we heard many important topics to be touched upon by very professional speakers. So for me, it's really an honor. As Carlos rightly presented, I'm co-writing an opinion on blue diplomacy, and it's a part of a flagship initiative by the European Economic and Social Committee for this year, where the committee devotes 7 different opinions on different aspects connected to water, admitting the key importance of water for many elements of the human life. So the work of our part will be concluded somewhere in July, and then the whole committee will gather the most important conclusions from all the 7 opinions, and it will be presented to the policymakers, not only in European Union, but also through our channels to the whole world. As it was already highlighted, of all natural resources, water has become the most precious. Global water scarcity is a severe challenge, and it continues to pose challenges to the human development and to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Despite of the fact that 3/4 of our globe is covered by water, still only 2.5% of those waters are fresh, and from them only 1% is easily to be accessed. Moreover, freshwater bodies are continuously declining around the world. Water is not only a commodity, but also it's a key for human life. Easy and affordable access to water, sanitation and hygiene is imperative for public health and human development. In 2010, the UN General Assembly explicitly recognized the human right to water and sanitation, yet more than 2.2 billion of people around the world lack access to drinking water and basic water service worldwide, and still more than half of the world's population doesn't have access to sanitation. Currently, 30% of world's groundwater is being depleted, and there is increasing concern about the quality of groundwaters. While roughly 3.6 billion people face inadequate access to water at least a month per year, it is expected those numbers to increase to 5 billion by 2050. And by the same year, a 55% increase of water demand is expected, and about 1/3 of the world's population will not have access to quality drinking water. There is also strong gender and social dimension of all aspects related to water, sanitation and supply. As a transversal issue, fresh water is also essential for a wide range of economic sectors, including agriculture, industries, tourism, energy, transport. Water thus contributes significantly to the wealth creation and jobs. Those regions which are impacted by shortages of water could see their growth rapidly decreasing by up to 6% of GDP by 2050, just because of not enough water. According to the European Environment Agency, water stress occurs when the demand of water exceeds the available amount during a certain period, or when poor quality of the water available is in place. As the world population continues to grow and water is increasingly scarce, water-related conflicts and geopolitical instability around the world are not difficult to be predicted. Water is increasingly understood as a strategic security asset and an instrument for promoting the strategic position of states controlling the waters. The World Economic Forum Global Risk Report identifies water scarcity among the most probable and impactful threats. Water stress threatens the resilience of some areas of the world, fuels inequalities, and raises food supply concern. Water stress and desertification often lead to the securitization of water supply. Unequal access to water fuels social instability and consequently result in local and international conflicts and tensions. Since 2020, there have been more than 466 conflicts worldwide over water control, most of them in Africa and in the Middle East. This can also lead to war and reinforcement of migration waves towards the global north and in particular to the European Union. Climate change is also increasing the frequency, intensity, extent and duration of droughts in many parts of the world. According to forecasts, droughts may affect over 3/4 of the world's population by 2050. For example, in 2021, 4 African rivers were seeing less than their normal discharge, those being Niger, Volta, Nile and Congo. Apart from this also, various UN's reports estimate that by 2050, a combination of water and climate-related problems and conflicts will force 1 billion people to migrate. Conflicts are often linked to diversion for irrigation to industry, the management of scarcity and floods, pollution or navigation. However, water stress caused by extreme events can lead to conflicts over access and control of water resources. In many cases, transboundary waters account for 60% of the world's fresh water, and 153 countries have territory within at least one transboundary river or lake basin, where the conflict or disputes involve 2 or more countries. It's important also for Africa, as the transboundary aquifer systems are the most dense in the world. Water scarcity and related tensions and weaponization pose a rising threat to international peace and stability. Nevertheless, water could become an instrument of peace and development. Determined blue diplomacy is therefore really needed. Blue diplomacy can be described as a dynamic, politically oriented process that aims to prevent, mitigate, and resolve water-related conflicts. There are many different agreements at international level, and I will just mention the most important one, which is the UN Convention of the Protection and Use of Transboundary Water Courses and International Lakes, known as Helsinki Convention, adopted in 1992. To this convention, Chad, Senegal, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau and Togo also joined. With respect to advancing blue diplomacy, I would like also to touch upon what we can do in Europe and especially in the European Economic and Social Committee. One way for advancing blue diplomacy is when we support the implementation of trade agreements concluded by the European Union and third countries, and then the domestic advisory groups are very valuable tool as they bring together business organizations, trade unions and environmental organizations. While the primary objective of blue diplomacy is to prevent water-related tensions and conflicts, there is evident need for the European Union also to contribute to solving conflicts. The EU not only has the opportunity to interface as mediator between the parties involved, but also can play a significant role in cooperation and recovery from the conflicts. Beyond the traditional International Water Convention and Sustainable Development Goals, there are numerous bilateral, regional and global bodies, instruments and processes in which the European Union can contribute to water diplomacy. I would also like to praise African countries for making extremely good use of those cooperation agreements and give you two particular examples. One of them is in the area of poverty alleviation, where the cooperation between Angola, Botswana and Namibia through the permanent Okavango Basin River Commission's livelihood and socio-economic development thematic program demonstrates how basin-wide strategy development programs can address and underline the drivers for fighting the poverty. It's extremely important because in 2019, 845,000 of the population living in the basin of Okavango was at risk of poverty. Another very positive example is in the area of food security, and this is the cooperation between Algeria, Libya and Tunisia relating to the Northwestern Sahara Aquifer System that has improved agricultural planning and practices, leading to increase of the income for farmers, better planning of development projects and reduced groundwater exploitation. Further improvements in the irrigation system in the region will result in 47% water abstraction savings in this area. I think I took a little bit longer, so I limit myself to here, and I'm at your disposal for the discussion part. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Milena. Não falaste tempo demais, falaste o tempo suficiente, partilhaste connosco o trabalho feito até agora, muito obrigado, e deste-nos aqui elementos valiosos para percebermos o que...
Thank you very much for what you have told us. Thank you very much for your presentation. We will continue now, and we will now listen to another speaker. Next speaker is Mrs. Elizabeth Tangana. Miss Elizabeth Tangana, she is the president. I apologize. No, now we will have Miss Hemi Kira. I apologize for the order of the presentations. Actually, it's a gentleman. The speaker is now correcting. It's a gentleman. The speaker is saying, Mr. Remy Kier. He is discussing. He will be discussing and sharing with us his experience regarding the water challenges and his vision on this matter.
Participation in our works and for you accepted to be our speaker. Please, Monsieur Kira, take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I just want to send my apologies on behalf of Ms. Sonia Koppel, the Secretary to the Water Convention. She apologizes for not being able to be here today, but I will be speaking in her place. So let me just share my screen. I'll share my presentation. One second. Can you see my screen in full, Chair? Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation, Nemi.
Okay, terrific. Then I'll begin. So once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. So I'm a legal officer with the Secretariat of the convention that was just mentioned by Milena, so the Convention for the Protection and Use of Transboundary Watercourses and International Lakes, and the Secretariat is hosted by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, based in Geneva. So I wanted to start by just mentioning, as the Chair had mentioned before, the world will be gathering next week in New York to discuss the global water situation, and also to talk about the acceleration needed to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 6 on access to clean water and sanitation by 2030. And here are some of the, just some of the basic facts that I've put up on the screen there. But as you can see from the Secretary General there, water is at the heart of everything that we do, and 40% of the world's people are affected by water scarcity. So I invite all of the distinguished guests who are in the audience today and the panelists and the chair, and also civil societies members and representatives from ACP countries to tune in to the proceedings next week in New York. You can join that online via UN TV to see what the world wants to talk about in terms of water. So I'm here today and I will build upon the previous speaker's commentary on the fact that at the base of achieving Sustainable Development Goal 6, but also cross-cutting to achieve all of the SDGs, is transboundary water cooperation. When I talk about transboundary water cooperation, I'm talking about sharing of water between one or more countries. And as discussed previously, 40% of the world's population lives in a transboundary water basin, and cooperation over these water resources is integral. In achieving SDG, in achieving SDG 6, there is a monitoring framework under the UN, which is coordinated by UN Water, and there is a specific indicator for measuring transboundary water cooperation. And as you can see there's a map on the screen, and you can view ACP countries in relation to the value of the indicator for transboundary water cooperation. And I'll go into a little bit more detail in the next slide. But that is to say that we're currently having a new reporting cycle on this particular indicator. There are being letters sent out to your ministries in ACP countries, but all UN member countries. And we would look forward to hopefully countries who share transboundary water to reporting in this third reporting cycle, because progress must be accelerated and data is needed to achieve SDG 6. And let me talk a little bit more about the data. So we had the last reporting cycle, which was in 2020, and you can see there some of the regions where measuring progress on transboundary water cooperation. As you can see there in Oceania, definitely there's some data missing, and we need more participation and more data from countries within Oceania and the Pacific. In Latin America and the Caribbean and Asia, much more progress is also needed for water cooperation. So we definitely need support from parliamentarians and civil society in helping to gather data to report on transboundary water cooperation. But we've also seen significant progress in other regions as well, including in Europe, North America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. So again, this is a call to all representatives in the room to work with your national parliaments and also to work with civil society organisations in ACP countries to gather the data and to hopefully report in this next reporting cycle, because we need that data to advance transboundary water cooperation. What are the key ways in which we can advance transboundary water cooperation? Some ways that we can address this is, as I've said, addressing data gaps, because data, and as Milena, the previous speaker, spoke to, data on aquifers, and as the WMO representative said, data on aquifers and groundwater is particularly lacking, and we definitely need information there, and that can help to support this. We need to strengthen legal frameworks, and the Water Convention, whose secretariat I work for, is one of the global legal frameworks for advancing transboundary water cooperation, and we need more countries to embrace legal frameworks. And as the Okavango is one basin in which, for example, has a legal agreement between the basin states. We need to leverage and mobilise expertise, upscale and coordinate activities, and provide targeted support to countries. We need to build political will, and that is also a key element of being in New York next week and having high-level political representation focused on water, and particularly transboundary water cooperation. And we also need to upscale capacity development, and that will be key to achieving the SDG 6. I want to focus now on one area that was mentioned, and that is strengthening legal frameworks. And now I put up here a quote from the United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, where he is calling upon countries to join both of the global water conventions and to strive for their full implementation, because there are two conventions in operation at the global level. There is the 1992 Helsinki Convention, previously mentioned, and there's also the 1997 UN Water Courses Convention. Both of these conventions have a global scope, and also they are mutually complementary and compatible in nature. And there is resources available which I can share with ACP countries and EU representatives after this. So the UN Water Convention, as discussed previously, it is global in nature we're seeing growing momentum in ACP countries, in particular on the African continent, as discussed by the previous speaker. And I can happily add Cameroon as a member party, which is seated in November 2022. And as you can see there, highlighted in yellow, we have many other countries that are in the accession process, particularly within Africa, but also in Latin America. So we have Panama, which is also in the process of accession, and some other countries there as well. But we hope to build those the different regions and the different countries that are looking to engage with the convention and looking to accede to it and join more than 130 countries which are engaged in our meetings and activities. What does the Water Convention do in terms of contributing to international cooperation and sustainable development? Well, Transboundary Water Cooperation, based on the Water Convention and its tools, for example, supports food and energy security by reducing intersectoral trade-offs and reconciling water, food, energy policies. It also helps to strengthen resilience and climate action by preventing maladaptation and increasing efficiency of climate change adaptation in transboundary basins. It supports environmental protection, including the protection of oceans and reducing land-based pollution and working on the source to sea approach. It also prevents conflicts, and we've just heard about hydro diplomacy. And that is another big aspect of the Water Convention, is that it brings parties, civil society representatives, private sector, academia together to talk about and cooperate over shared resources and increase the resilience of those shared waters and their management in terms of sustainability for livelihoods of the people that rely upon them. And this is generally done through our policy work, our capacity building, our work on the ground in specific basins, and exchanges of experience, monitoring and accountability. Some specific examples, because I know we're very short on time today, so I just wanted to give you some brief examples there of how the Water Convention supports practically. So we provide technical and political support to riparian countries to develop cooperative arrangements. And one example we have is the Senegalo-Mauritanian Aquifer Basin, shared between those basin countries. And the convention has been crucial, along with partners, to bring those countries together to talk about cooperative arrangements for equitable and reasonable use of that particular basin, aquifer. We also support climate change adaptation in transboundary basins, with numerous examples, including the Chutalas, Dniester and Sava Basin. We support the identification and assessment of the benefits of cooperation in shared basins, the Okavango Basin being one of those, where we have worked with that basin organisation to identify those benefits, but also in the Drina and also in the Sio Malabo Malakisi and also in the Northwestern Sahara Aquifer System, for example. We also support intersectoral dialogues and assessments on the water, food, energy ecosystem nexus. These are just a couple of key examples and practical examples of how the convention supports transboundary water cooperation in countries and relevant to ACP countries. One specific example I want to give is cooperation on transboundary cooperation in climate change adaptation. We have numerous examples of resources that have been developed and guidance materials under the convention. We also are part of a global network of basins working on climate change adaptation, along with the International Network of Basin Organizations, IMBO. We also promote regular water and climate in global processes, such as the COPs for UNFCCC. We hold regular workshops, and there are also specific pilot projects and support to financing climate change adaptation in transboundary basins. Specifically, because I know the topic today is on civil society engagement. So how can civil society engage in the Water Convention and the work on transboundary water cooperation? I won't go into great detail because, again, we're short of time, but just to highlight a few here is that accession to the Water Convention strengthens national water governance, and it provides an accountability mechanism for civil society to engage in transboundary water management. They can engage at the local level, the national level, and at the global level in these reporting processes. And it's something that we think civil society would benefit from. There's also the fact that we have implementation plans with the convention, where civil society could engage with national governments in the implementation of the provisions and the projects of the convention within their countries. We also have specific resources on public participation in water management, and we've also held events in the past, as you can see there below. One of the key aspects that I would say for civil society participation from ACP countries in the Water Convention's work And in transboundary water cooperation in general, what is needed is for engagement in the workshops and events that we hold. We really would promote and welcome civil society in ACP countries to participate in some of our upcoming regional and global technical workshops, which are listed there. We also have accession workshops upcoming in 2023, in particular in Ecuador, in Congo-Brazzaville, in South Sudan, and potentially in other African countries as well, and in other Latin American countries. So we would ask you to monitor our website, and we would also reach out to you if that was relevant to particular stakeholders. Finally, I just wanted to put there some of the resources that are ready for people to access via our website. They're available in different languages: English, French, Russian, and Spanish. And myself and the Secretary to the Convention, Sonia, and also our colleagues remain available for any further questions and engagement. And with that, I thank you very much for your time.
Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado, Dr.
Thank you, Kira, for your presentation and for this, for having shared about the importance of water sharing, as you said, providing more sustainability to our colleague Milena, who is making an opinion about blue diplomacy. Well, thank you for your participation and for your contribution for our event, and I hope that you stick with us if you can. So, online as well, we will have Elizabeth Atangana. She is the president of the National Consultation of the Farmers' Organizations in the Cameroon. And she's also a special ambassador of the FAO for the cooperatives. So Elizabeth Tangana, I hope she's online. Are you online, Elizabeth? Yes, I am online. Thank you very much for having accepted to be a part of our event. For us, it's a big honor to have your participation. I give you the floor, madam. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the invitation. I'm Elizabeth. I am the ambassador for the cooperatives FAO, and I am president of the National Consultation of the Cameroon Farmers Organizations. So in our villages and the national level, which is the consultation, the rural consultation, and at the same time, the consultation is a member of a platform, which is the regional platform of the farmers' organizations, and member of the Pan-African. So, Chair, you can see that we are structured at the African level, at the level of the small farmers, of the fishermen, of the family agricultural farmers in several areas in Africa. And so we would like to thank the African Countries Association and other partners. I must tell you that it is a partnership which is for us a good platform. And so the results are very positive and deserve to be shared with the other associations. So I would like to thank you. I'm very happy to participate in this event. And what I was asked was to talk about the water issues, Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start to say that water is life, because water plays a very important role in agriculture, in cattle breeding, in aquaculture, in forestry, in the health of people, and for the safety, for the food safety, and so of millions of family farming of all the populations of the African countries. Second, the issues about the policies connected to the water are essential for us, for the sustainable social and economic development, inclusive and more resilient, and mainly for the women, for the young people, for the rural organizations that are the users of water, but do not participate in the control of the access to water. I think that the presentation froze.
Your image is frozen. Hello, your image is frozen.
Your image is frozen, madam.
Então, Elizabeth, o que fazemos? Esperamos pela senhora.
So what do? We wait for the lady, or shall we go to the next speaker? I suggest that we go to the next speaker. So the lady has a non-quality connection, and oh. No, it's not. It's not possible to interpret. The connection. The connection has low quality, and we cannot hear the speaker.
Alors, j'étais en train de relever
Madame, je suis vraiment désolée, mais c'est pas possible de suivre comme ça. La connexion n'est pas bonne.
Alors, est-ce que vous me suivez, Monsieur le Président?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, ici, Carlos. Vous pouvez prendre la parole.
Sim, yes, oui.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'ai éteint le vidéo.
Okay, I'll just switch off the video. So I was saying that women and young people have to face these problems that were increased by the climate changes, and so we have the greenhouse effects. They have not enough investments by the women and the young people in the villages, and a weak participation of the rural organizations in the places where decision-making is carried out in the programs and the projects concerning the water. And so there's not enough information, there's not enough training, the difficulties of communication with internet, just like you could witness, and other risks regarding sewage, etc. So what we wish is to have a holistic mobilization, which implies all the involving parties in the political decision-making process. So the growth of the investments to transform the rural world more attractive, to restructure all these rural organizations in the production at the level of their territory. It's about sustaining the development of waters, to structure the organizations so that they can help their members to produce more and in a better way, and to stay in their territory instead of going to the cities and leave behind the villages. So we have to have the farmers associations, NGOs, consumers associations, all the participants, all the participating parties in this process. We have to reinforce the capacity of young leaders and women so that they can participate in the governance process in the issues regarding water, to reinforce the capacity, the ability of intervention, to reinforce partnerships, institutional partnerships, as I told you before, because water, the access to water is a right for the food safety. And we must work in order that all the NGOs and the public powers and the partners can participate in the governance regarding water so that we can achieve safety and stability. Thank you very much.
Madame Elisabeth, merci beaucoup pour votre participation. Merci beaucoup pour votre pour vous partager avec nous votre expérience et vous souhaitons un très bon exit pour l'avenir. Et nous espérons que vous pouvez rester avec nous jusqu'au fin de notre travaux. Merci, Madame Elisabeth. Merci bien.
Thank you very much. And now we will go to the final presentation of our panel. The final presentation, we say that the last are always the first. So I'll give the floor to our last presentation, our colleague, also from the follow-up committee from the Caribbean.
Ok. Desculpe. Okay. Yes. I did a mistake. Thanks. Vamos dar a palavra à senhora Simone Lewis, que é coordenadora regional.
So I give the floor to Simone Lewis, the regional coordinator of the Global Water Partnership from the Caribbean. Ms. Simone Lewis is also going to share her experience and to contribute to our panel. Please, you have the floor. Bom dia.
Hello? Are you hearing me?
Please, Madame Simone, please, you can take the floor.
Okay, so good morning. I am Simone Lewis, the regional coordinator for Global Water Partnership Caribbean, and we're based in Grenada. I will present on water-related issues in the Caribbean region, the challenges encountered, notably in the context of climate change, and the work that GWPC, the Global Water Partnership Caribbean, is doing in the region to support countries in sustainable management of their water resources. So I will give a verbal presentation and to let everyone know of the work that we're doing, I will share a video that will speak to the work of DWPC and how we involve our stakeholders and water governance in the region. So some of the water-related issues in the Caribbean, we are experiencing longer and longer periods of drought due to global warming and changing weather patterns. And the IPCC report speaks to intense dry season projected in the future, along with intense rainfall. We also have in the Caribbean old pipelines and distribution networks. We have limited metering. There's also limited understanding of consumer behavior. And in rural areas, we also have limited access to these areas. There's also high levels of non-revenue water loss. And the non-revenue water loss is water that has been produced and lost before it reaches the consumer. And these losses can be real losses. So
Eu vou tentar. Às vezes também. Estão-me a ouvir? Pergunta a oradora. Não é possível interpretar, o som está péssimo.
Hello?
Yes, please continue.
Okay. There's also high consumption rates per capita, and the infrastructure that supports the water system in the Caribbean is compromised due to economic challenges such as inflation, unemployment. And we also have water scarcity, which is another issue, and this limits access to safe water for drinking and for practicing basic hygiene at school, home, and in healthcare facilities. So when we have water that is scarce, fluid systems can fail, and the threat of contracting diseases like cholera surges. So scarce water also becomes more expensive. And while most people outside of rural mountainous areas in the Caribbean are connected to the public water supply, they frequently face outdated infrastructure in need of repair. And this results in major losses of drinking water. And we also experience a lot of problems related to droughts and climate change. We have water shortage, and with water shortage comes poor water management and growing demand, water pollution, food insecurity, because we know crops and livestock need water to grow. So agriculture requires large quantities of water for irrigation and for good quality products. We also have increased human conflicts, where water conflicts can occur because the demand for water resources and potable water can exceed supply, or because control over access and allocation of water may be disputed. So because of this, water management institutions are weak, or they are missing, or non-existent. And then we also have where water is now being traded as a commodity. And this is done to address the dire need for water. So it's traded to allow investors to trade water as a commodity on the stock markets. Some of the challenges we encounter in the region, notably in the context of climate change, is due to warming temperatures, changes in precipitation and runoff, and sea level rise, which have affected and will likely continue to affect water supply and quality. We also have some countries that have limited surface water, We have a problem of groundwater contamination, salinization, landslide and floods, and this affects infrastructure and water supply. The nature of the soils in the region, we have a lot of expansive clay, which results in annual breakage, resulting in leaks, fragmented governance, limited implementation of integrated water resources management, commonly referred to as IWRM. We have lack of resources, financial as well as human. We also have natural calamities such as droughts and floods and hurricanes. We have increased human consumption. So with the growing population, we have a demand for more water. We also have overuse and wastage of water. On the global front, there is a rise in freshwater demand, and that is also affecting us in the region. We have overuse of aquifers and its consequent slow recharge. And climate change disrupts weather patterns, leading to extreme weather events, unpredictable water availability, exacerbating water scarcity, and contaminating water supplies. So these impacts can drastically affect the quality and quantity of water that we all need to survive, particularly for our children. We have humans and wild animals facing new challenges for survival because of climate change. So as I alluded to before, there is more frequent and intense droughts, storms, heat waves, rising sea level, melting glaciers, and warming oceans, which directly harm animals, destroy their habitats, and wreak havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. Now, climate change threatens water source quality through increased runoff, pollutants, and sedimentation, decreased water availability from drought, and saltwater intrusion. And it adversely affects overall efforts to maintain water quality. So heavy downpours are projected to increase due to climate change. On the topic of water governance and stakeholder participation in the Caribbean, I'll just give a brief overview, and after that, the video will speak a little more towards the topic. So good water governance is essential for achieving water security, fairly allocating water resources, and avoiding disputes. It has social, economic, and political and environmental dimensions, which must be carefully considered and addressed. The social dimensions points to the equitable use of water resources. The economic one draws attention to efficient use of water and the role of water in overall growth, economic growth. It also focuses on the involvement of anyone or group with an interest or stake in the water sector, and by extension, integrated water resources management. And they become actively involved in the related activities, decision-making, and implementation processes. The stakeholders in the region that we interact with on a daily basis, they include the local governments, academia, the private sector, donors, community-based organizations, non-governmental organizations, regulators, government employees, industry representatives, landowners, farmers, and members of the general public. Now, this list is not exhaustive, but I just pointed out some of the stakeholders that we work with. And the members of the scientific community are also part of the group that we work with, as they help to contribute to the overall understanding and implementation of IWRM in the Caribbean region. To speak about the work that we do, I will now ask that the video be played so that we'll understand the work of GWPC and get an appreciation for the work we do as it relates to integrated water resources management.
Who we are. A water-secure Caribbean is the vision of the Global Water Partnership Caribbean. a unique organization made up of a network of partners that support Caribbean countries in the sustainable management of their water resources by promoting integrated water resources management. Integrated Water Resources Management, IWRM, is about good water governance and requires a cross-sectoral approach to managing water. It takes into consideration that the different uses of water are interdependent. IWRM means that water allocations and management decisions made at every level consider the effects of each use on the other. The approach is grounded in the understanding that water resources are an integral component of the ecosystem, a natural resource, and a social and economic good. At its core, IWRM provides a realistic plan for achieving Caribbean water security. However, it is a process and not a hard and fast solution to the various issues faced in the water sector. The ongoing challenges in water resources management articulated by stakeholders within and outside of the water sector over the years supported the need to establish the Global Water Partnership Caribbean, GWPC. GWPC was also established to improve coordination between various groups and institutions within the region on water management in order to prevent the duplication of efforts and to streamline the use of limited resources. The organization serves as a regional mechanism for knowledge sharing, opportunities for collaboration, and decision-making on critical water management issues. Key to its work has been its role in facilitating and strengthening partnerships in the region to foster IWRM. Our niche. GWPC was established in June 2004, making it the Caribbean arm of the Global Water Partnership, a global action network spanning over 3,000 partner organizations in over 179 countries, all working toward a water-secure world. With its regional secretariat headquartered in Grenada, GWPC works closely with its partners in the region and other stakeholders to promote and strengthen interaction and cooperation from the community to the political level to sustain IWRM in the region. GWPC's key areas of work include advocacy, working to make water a top policy priority in the Caribbean, capacity building, providing training and technical expertise in a range of water-related areas, as well as supporting water-related dialogues on participatory approaches. Communicating knowledge. To build capacity, knowledge is required. GWPC produces a range of knowledge products on various water-related issues and themes. Supporting countries in better water management, helping countries develop IWRM plans and policies. GWPC combines its technical expertise and convening power to bring together diverse stakeholders who contribute to change processes that help bring the vision of a water-secure Caribbean closer to reality. Building partnerships. Establishing cohesive alliances to support better water management in the Caribbean region at the community, national, regional, and global level. Partners are the basis on which the organization is built and operates. GWPC has more than 114 partners in over 24 Caribbean territories that are committed to water sustainability. These partners range from government ministries, public and private water management agencies, private sector companies, water use associations, youth organizations, non-governmental organizations, community-based organizations, research and educational institutions, training organizations, consultancy organizations, funding organizations, and more. Any organization with an interest in water sustainability from the region can become a GWPC partner.
So thank you very much.
Thank you very much ourselves, Madam Simone Lewis, for your participation as speaker. The connection, it knows the best way, but it's possible. Thank you very much. So now, effectively, we go to the listen the last speaker, the Madame Francisca Jimenez. It is she is member of our follow-up committee and coming from Caraíbas, República Dominicana. Por favor, Francisca, toma la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Bueno, trataré de hacer lo más breve posible, dado el respeto del tiempo por las compañeras traductoras, ¿verdad? Lo que me han antecedido en la palabra, creo que
I think that in previous presentations, it was quite clear
en estos momentos
that our main concern, we've discussed what, and before I start, I would like to share a reflection, a very brief reflection, because for me it's impossible.
30 de las Naciones Unidas.
It's impossible, and without mentioning the development, sustainable development, and
medioambiental,
regarding climatic changes. It's impossible to discuss this without redefining the commitment in order to assure the safety that, as Milena was saying, the objective of the quality of life, labor conditions, and democracy as a whole, and that's something that we all fight for. And the fourth companion of Latin America, that is 1/4 of Latin America, more than 100 million people live in regions with water stress. This means that they have problems in having access to drinking.
La mayor parte de los conflictos del agua.
Most of the conflict related with water I was saying most of the conflicts because of water, it's not because of lack of water in our region. Water conflicts have to do because there is not a good management of water. Simone was already saying this when she mentioned that a huge amount of water is lost before it gets to our homes. Because if the conflict was only because there was lack of water, then there would be a technical solution. You would only need some social agreement for the administration of such a resource. Water safety is based on 4 pillars. One, to assure that the population has access to water in the right conditions of quantity and quality. You have to rely on the physical availability to assure a productive development and a sustainable development, to protect and preserve watercourses from contamination, and to reduce risks associated with the lack of excess water. When you talk about the Caribbean islands, more than 22 million people suffer from lack of water security, scarcity, contamination. The economic cost for having access to water represent multiplying factors of poverty in our region. These islands in the Caribbean are surrounded by water. But there is a scarcity of this vital fluid. This is a daily reality for many people, many communities. The increase of temperature and increase of rain can worsen the situation. Today, at this time, the Dominican Republic is faced with a huge drought for more than 2 months. This morning when I woke up, the first news I've heard was that rain will happen soon. Everybody was really happy. It was the big news today, this morning when I wake up, because we have a lot of problems with the scarcity of this vital fluid. The infrastructures, and as Simone was saying in her expression, the cause of the scarcity of water in the Caribbean islands, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, St. Bart's. The United Nations has characterized them as countries of great scarcity of water because water resources are not enough. They are less than 1,000 cubic meters per capita. The situation in Barbados, with 350 cubic meters per person, is especially serious, according to the General Director of Water. Most of the inhabitants in the regions of mountains are connected to the public water system, but very often they are faced with major problems because we're talking about very old infrastructures, and as I was saying previously, the fluid is getting lost on the path, so it doesn't get to enough situations through in such a way that in the Dominican Republic, 20% of the population, which represents around 465,000 households, has no access to water through an aqueduct or pipelines. And this affects more than 1.8 million people in the Dominican Republic. Today they have more than 120 days without having access to drinking water. Just like all over the world, the problem of access to water and to sanitation services in the country affects more those who are less privileged. And those who have no access to drinking water, and some of the water that gets to some places is contaminated because of problems in the structures. They have to purchase water in bottles to use in the orchard and in the kitchen. The natural availability in our country is 451.6 cubic kilometers per water around the year. And this, from this volume, 80% is what is coming from superficial water. And according to the Department of Economics and Development, since 2017, and there has been an announcement that there was a growing scarcity of water for many factors because there was not an articulated management, and this has fostered the lack of control in the demand for water, for regular settlements, changes in the use of the land, and dramatically the scenarios associated with climatic changes are showing a trend towards drought due to factors such as decrease in the quality of water in rivers, lakes, and aquifers, as well as untenable agricultural practice. So new threats include the trends through public and private alliances, the rights of water management, and the systems of trust, scarcity as a factor of profitability. There have been many rivers who have disappeared, and so this, along with the terrible agricultural practices, is not sustainable for an environment. And so there is a general lack of efficiency of the use of water, and therefore this leads to scarcity of water. And very recently, we had less than half of the levels we required to supply the populations. And so what are the new threats that are threatening today? It's difficult to mention, but it's important to establish a hierarchy regarding the new threats in availability, the access, and the use of water. There is the privatizing trend through public and private partnerships, as well as management rights and the systems of trust funds. Scarcity as a factor of profitability, because private managers are not worried with a low availability or decrease in quality, because this leads to greater profit. The increase in the pressure of the international financing entities such as Monetary Fund, the Investment Bank, the World Bank, and some agencies of cooperation with development between commerce. And today we have a proposal here, a bill proposal for water, that once we review this, there's a huge privatization component, and this implies great fears for the population, because we know that when there is a privatization, the outcomes we have are not those that benefit most of the population, especially those populations who are less privileged and cannot afford it. So changing water into an asset and a good that you can, in fact, trade in the stock market. So the water crisis is much more complex than just scarcity. Some factors that have to do directly with the water crisis in the Dominican Republic is the incorrect political governance and social governance of this resource, the lack of territorial planning that leads to the captation of water, uptake of water not being effective, absence of water system treatments, the fact that there are extraction activities near the rivers, as well as poorly designed infrastructure work, the fact that private entities can have access and promote water and their scarcity because they get hold of water in this way, as well loss in the network, inadequate use and irresponsible use of water resources, as well as the lack of capacity of aquifers. And so a lot of water is being lost through the pipes, as well as most of the people that are most of the very poor people, as they don't pay for any water services. Well, of course, if they have a problem in the pipes, they are not going to repair the pipes because they can't afford it. This is a very difficult situation, and so there's not the right management of this service. And so we have a law, a proposal for a law within the Congress that is being discussed at Congress, where it states that the high level of privatization is one of the greatest challenges we have, because the water is a common asset for all. And so to privatize water would make it available only for those who can afford it, who can pay for it. And so this bill will intend to defend the public nature of water. So we have to make the most of this human resource and to manage it in such a way that we can revert this degrading trend that is affecting social access and social availability to water, to follow, to keep up with the social movements that fight privatization. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that we now have a project, and this is now being discussed in the Congress. We want to make a final statement in this event we're here today that will express the will with the principles we have assumed to assure water, as Lena was saying, as a resource that is an essential, a vital resource for mankind. So more than words, we have to assume the commitment with the sustainable management and the respectful use of resources. And so, as you know, this is something because we could not live without water. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Francisca, for your presentation. And we will have a debate The audience can make comments, can ask questions, and maybe the presentations were more than enough to motivate the participation of the audience. But these interventions provided us with different perspectives about water. And that is the main core of our debate today, and the importance that water has in our lives as community and as an individual. So I won't waste any more time, and it's time for the debate now. We don't have much time, but who would like to say something? Okay. First, our colleague, Ali Abash. And then our colleague, Richard. Mr. Ali Abash. Thank you, Chair. I believe that it's a very important subject to us, Africans, I know, and also for the Europeans, because water is an essential thing for everyone. And the climate changes are causing a lot of damages. But I didn't feel in the presentations deep analysis regarding this aspect. But anyway, the speakers have said interesting things that I noted. But I would like to add, no matter what we do, there are activities, and I'm talking about the states, that each state must regulate the essential aspect of water. First, three important elements. The first, and we have no excuses not to do it. And then we have to privilege irrigation in certain areas. And we talk more and more about making an interconnection with the River Zaire. But I find that there are things that we can do to solve some problems. And the European Union could take a look at this aspect. From a global perspective, I would like to say that we must focus on water, and these three elements are very important, and it's the private sector that we must follow up with what the state is doing. Thank you. Just a comment about the subject of this afternoon. Thank you, Ali Abash. Of course, he provided us with the importance of water. Now, Richard, please, the floor is yours. And then our colleague.
I would like to thank all our panelists who have come from the wide range of the global world to share with us the importance of water. There have been writings for decades that the Third World War might come from water scarcity. And with all the presentations that we have had, and I would like to commend the EESC for putting water as the theme for this year and all the arrangements being done. Having said that, I would like to say that all solutions are contained in a number of presentations and initiatives. but we will find that we are over 7 billion consumers. And the solutions need to target the 7 billion consumers in a systematic best approach, so that the scarcity of this resource and the little that is safe and that is wasted is treated as a scarce material, and public good. So, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, all efforts globally will need to scale from consumers backwards, where responsible consumers facilitate to tell the businesses, to tell the governments that without water, you will not have the consumers to consume, and then we will not have a healthy global world. So I find that that will be very key to intensify, starting with the consumers of the water, and to facilitate responsible usage and consumption backwards. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and we fully endorse the initiative and to see it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, for your comments. Of course, we need the consumers with the social responsibility too, not only the states or the social partners or the NGOs, but also all we are consumers. Thank you very much. Now, please take the floor. Please tell us who you come from, please.
Ok, merci Monsieur le Président. Monsieur Nassif, je viens du Maroc.
I come from Morocco. Thank you very much for the presentations. The presentations were very interesting. I would like to add a point of what the last speaker said. So what is the non-conventional water? We talked about conventional water, water management, but we know that in certain areas we have not enough water, and we must use non-conventional water. And I mention the reuse of certain water resources, such as ocean water, seawater, where the salt rate is good too, for that water to be reused. And in Africa, this know-how, the technological way to do it, well, I'm sure that they don't have that technology and that know-how. So what must we do for the Africans to have access to that kind of technology? Thank you. Thank you for your comment and your vision concerning that we are debating. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any other people wanting to speak. Francisca, Milena, help me out. No more people wanting to speak. And so first we would like to ask Milena and Francisca 2 minutes each for the comments, for the final comments, please. Milena.
Be brief, starting from the remarks of Mr. Ali Abash. I can say that indeed we could benefit also from a kind of more analysis on the relation between the climate changes and the recent water trends. I think that partially it was mentioned by the colleague from the World Meteorological Organization, but still we need some more scientific data, and it's a very good idea to obtain them and include in our analysis. As I mentioned in the beginning, we have 7 different angles that we take in the European Economic and Social Social Committee. So in the section of agriculture, for example, a special opinion it will be devoted especially for how water is used in agriculture and what can be done there. As Richard also mentioned, the consumption and the sustainable consumption, the section for internal market is looking exactly on this angle to see how the sustainable consumption and the awareness of water print can support the better use, the more efficient use of water. I'm rapporteur for this opinion, and I can tell you that there are a lot of different ideas, including those calculators who you can find on the websites, for example, in Veolia, to be promoted more for the consumers to be aware for their water footprint. And then also a big issue is the wasted water, and also the reuse of water, where some ideas are given as well to make the industrial consumers and agricultural consumers more aware on that. In terms of technologies for desalination of waters, of course, Europe has a lot of them and is deploying them actively, and we can be more active even in sharing them with the citizens of ACP countries as well. So in a nutshell, I think that today's debate is really a good starting point, and we can work more in the framework of EU-ACP follow-up committee in order to bring tangible results. Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much.
Remarks. Thank you also participation one time more. And we know you are always available for this kind of the works. Thank you very much. Francisca, 2 minutos, por favor.
So you have 2 minutes. Well, it will be very simple. I would like to express to you that, you know, our president is an expert in water. What I'm experiencing in my country with the cyclones, droughts, and most of all, the communities and the neighborhoods that are experiencing so many problems because they don't have access to water. When I was little, we had no problems in my country. We had lots of water, lots of rivers. And today, what made me get involved in this issue as a member of a union is because I think we all have to be committed to such a common asset, something that is so relevant. As you know, the governments have to be responsible for management, but we have to promote. We have to be active as an association so that we acknowledge that each one of us has a responsibility, has an obligation to make sure that water is of safe access to all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lena. Thank you very much, Francisca. And now, we are now arriving at the end of our work. I'd like to thank Milena and Francisca for being here. And so I would apologize. I would ask you once again to change our panel.
Obrigado. E nem vamos sair daqui, nem há coffee break. Ok. Ora bem, então... ora bem, neste momento...
Right now, how are we going to proceed, the President is saying? How is it going to be the end of our work? Well, this is how it's going to happen. Next, we will discuss the statement that has been given to all the members of the follow-up committee. The proposals were presented. We are going to discuss them, and we will comment on the proposals that were presented so that we will have a final statement approved by a meeting. And then we'll start with the final comments. And so at the end of this session, I would like to ask two distinguished members of our assembly to help me with this work. And these two members are our colleague Dimitris Dimitritis, we are familiar with, the chairman of our REX section. Dimitris, please, and our colleague Josiane Willis, that can you please come here as well, so you can help me in this very hard task that is to end this session according to schedule. So Dimitris, please. Josiane. We know who Dimitris is, we all know him, but I have the pleasure to tell our committee, our follow-up committee of the European Union and Africa and Pacific and Caribbean countries, that Josiane will be the next president. So Josiane will have this task. She will be responsible. She is going to be responsible to move forward our work. Josiane, thank you very much. And so let's see, first of all, our statement. So, can you please show us this? So, in the project that was sent to the committee, we had 5 proposals of amendments. One from Pietro Barbieri, thank you, Pietro. Another from Peter Kleber, thank you, Peter. Another one from Thomas Van Nozen, Thomas. Another from Ali Abbas, thank you, Ali. And another from our colleague, Reep, thank you. So looking at the proposals, what we can say, what we should say, is that Pietro's proposal for paragraph 1, and we're sure we find no problem, 100% agreement. Regarding the proposal, paragraph 4, we leave this for the end because it's the one that is more sensitive from the political perspective. So I'll discuss 4 at the end. Regarding the proposal of Peter Kleb, paragraph 6, Peter is not here, but I'm sure it's relevant, and so it will also be integrated. Thomas, for paragraph 9, of course, that it will also be included exactly as proposed. And then for paragraph 18, the proposal of RIB, for paragraph 18, yes, of course, it will be included. So the proposal of our colleague Ali Abbas for the title, the second title after paragraph 4, and further ahead for another paragraph that at the moment I cannot find. The speaker is saying, well, here we can't accept this because of a simple matter, and I think Ali Abbas would understand. Ali Abbas proposes that when we talk about civil society and social partners, including the private sector, well, for us, in our action and in our conception, social partners includes entrepreneurs and unions. And so we can't talk about social partners and the private sector. Either we don't mention social partners and we just say unions and private sectors, or we use social partners. And of course, the wording we use is always social partners. So this is the reason why we think it is not appropriate, this proposal. And then let's go back to a politically sensitive issue, that is paragraph 4. Paragraph 4, specifically, being very direct because we don't have time, the speaker is saying we've all heard in this room through yesterday with Mr. Dominic Rosa, today with Mr. Arod, the co-chairman of the Parliamentary Assembly, Carlos Rinho, that the whole process is on hold because of one member state. And we all know, as we talk to each other, that that member state is Hungary. But there is no document, there is no official information, there is no public statement that this member state is in fact Hungary. So the only difference, Peter and Thomas, that we have is that we know that it's Hungary that is blocking this. So we don't have time to be diplomatic here in a meeting with friends as we are here today. We know it's Hungary, but in fact, officially, in an official institutional way, we do not know. So what is the difference? As you can see here, this is a paragraph that is very sensitive from the political perspective. It is the proposal of many members, Thomas, Peter, that we should refer in our statement to, we should mention in our statement that the member state that is blocking this is Hungary. What we propose is the text that you can see here now. That in practice is to use the text that we had in item 4 and shape it in this way and to rephrase it. But we should not clearly mention Hungary, and because I'm not going to repeat what I've said, the speaker is saying, no one officially knows that it is Hungary. So this is the proposal that we believe is a proposal that should be approved regarding the final text of the statement. But this doesn't mean, as you know, that when we talk to each other, we all say it's Hungary, but officially in a written statement, we can't have that because nobody says it officially. The Commission didn't say it yesterday, and today the European Parliament didn't mention it either. So what I would propose right now is to open 2 or 3 or 4 interventions on this matter. If you want to say something, you feel free to do so. Thomas is already asking to say something. And what we propose is the text that is seen here because of the reasons I've just explained. So the issues are clear. There is no doubt regarding my intervention. If there is any doubt, I'll be very happy to clear this for you. So what's at stake now being discussed is, should we include in the statement that Hungary is the country that is blocking the whole process of signing the post-Cotonou agreement? For us, we believe that we shouldn't include this for the reason I explained, but now, Thomas, you have the floor.
Thanks, Mr. President. I can only speak on behalf of me, not on behalf of Peter Kleber. But I think your explanations were very well. And yes, I put forward in written form and not this text. You're right. I mentioned Hungary, but I can accept now this text, and I think it's a good compromise. Thanks a lot, Mr. President.
Thanks a lot, my friend. Muito obrigado, meu amigo.
Thanks a lot, my friend. Anyone else would like to say something? Dimitris? No, nobody's saying anything. Okay.
Not for the statement.
No. Now we debate the statement. Ok. Pronto, então, não há ninguém inscrito. Ali abaixo, vous demandez la parole? Ok. S'il vous plaît.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, j'avais intervenu.
Mr. President, yesterday I requested so that it could be even more clear when you mentioned the wording civil society. I think it's very broad, and of course, maybe it's not very clear because it's not defined so. From the time we discuss civil society in Africa, we see people have consumers associations, human rights associations. All these are useful and necessary because we still experience in Africa the problems of human rights, many issues that have been discussed. But here we're talking about development. It's necessary that employers' associations supported by workers so that in a real way and according to the European cooperation, you can assure that the private sector will have an essential role. It's absolutely essential, and it is necessary to discuss this, because we were discussing this. You said this was something internal in the document that you've sent us, but it was said that the government should, in fact, assure that the private sector has all the capacities to develop its task. But regarding the Cotonou Agreement, it's important to know what is the real place of the private sector, because a very strong resilience is necessary, and it's very important so that the role can be developed regarding the Belt Circle Initiative, and we're all in the same boat. So I apologize, Josiane. So now let's divide this. Regarding item 4, what we were discussing, there was only one intervention by Thomas that said that he thought the text was a good compromise. We have to get organized. Anthony has asked to say something. Regarding this intervention of Ali Abash, I think that I'll have to say something again. So, Anthony, please, you have the floor.
Chair, I find the text that you've put up a bit wordy and too complicated. That doesn't send the right message. I think Peter was very clear yesterday when he talked about Hungary and Oman, and he specifically stated that we should mention that. The whole world knows who's blocking this agreement. But for some reason, we're all very hesitant to even name them, despite the fact that we know who it is. We speak about it, but I find it a bit confusing as to why we still hold on to not wanting to name the country and the person who's actually holding on to this agreement. And this is a far too important agreement, not only for the European Union, but also for the ACP countries as well. And we would want to see that this agreement is signed without any further delay. And the current text, I don't believe, sends the right message, nor is it direct, in that we would want to see that this agreement is expedited without any delay. But I think it's important, the point that Peter made yesterday, and we ought to take note of that.
Ok? Não há mais intervenções, eu não estou a ver mais intervenções.
Sorry, no one else would like to say something. Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you, my friend. We have to get organized. Who wants to say something?
Thank you very much. I was to comment on Abbas' statement notes number 4, so I don't know if this is the right time to speak on that one.
Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my point is that, yes, when we have to unpack the civil societies, then we have to be specific in naming all of them, because then we cannot name some and leave others. If we go by naming, then we have to be specific. But if we are not specific, then I'll rest my case on this particular one. But if we have to be specific, then we have to mention all of them. Thank you.
Okay. Pietro. After the green. Pietro, please.
The micro here, Mr. Barbieri.
Okay, but
thank you very much. Actually, I just wanted to say that, well, I would say that in point 4, if we mention a single country,
we will focus all the document on that country. And that would be, let's say, something against a single country, not for. So I will go with this and thanks the President to have balanced the text in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Pietro. Green, please, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my question is, has the Council of the European Union named Hungary as a country that has refused to sign the agreement? No. Then, if it's not named by the Council, we cannot name it. We have to be diplomatic. We have to respect the procedures in place, because if the Council had wanted it to be in public knowledge, they would have named it, and then we would have been able to name it. But then, in this case, I agree with the wording of this text. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Green.
Thank you very much, Green. I think that we can...
Please, take the floor.
It's on. Thank you, President. I sympathize with what Ali Abbas is saying, but these are battles I tried fighting in my early days in the committee, and it became a very big issue trying to mention employers and trade unions. Sifa is saying then you have to name everybody. I wonder if somewhere, if there was an addendum or some notes below, we could unpack civil society and put everybody there so that it's not in the main text. Secondly, I agree with Felix that if you're not going to mention one country and you've given the reasons, the actual text in paragraph 4 is too convoluted. The first part really does not communicate. It makes better sense to start it in the second half where it's black in this context and just say to the current deadlock. So all that first part in red really does not communicate and just complicates the issue to those of us who are outside the issue of Hungary and are trying to understand. It does not help the text, President. Thank you.
Muito obrigado a todos por terem intervido. Agora eu pergunto...
Very much to all of you. So, Dimitris, Justin, no one else would like to say something? Great. Thank you very much. So, let's now continue. I'm going to repeat what I've said. And I think that we can reach a consensus. I think we can reach a consensus. Regarding the issues of civil society and social partners that Ali Abbas proposes, the issue that when I presented the text 5 minutes ago, and I mentioned is that the concept of social partners includes two parts only: entrepreneurs and unions. If we place in the text social partners and private sector, we are creating an imbalance. We would also have to increase the unions, and that would be a redundancy because entrepreneurs and unions mean social partners. Social partners, when we talk about social partners, there are only two social partners. Organizations of the civil society, like Ali Abbas said, we have dozens: environmentalists, people with disability, consumers, human rights, women's rights, youth rights. Well, it's never ending. But social partners, you only have two. So for this reason alone is when I've started saying that the proposal that you had presented could not be accepted, should not be accepted, because it was the same thing as saying the rain is falling and we're getting wet. So it's not at stake the evaluation or the appreciation or disappreciation of the unions. We just say that social partners are these. I think that after the presentations we've heard, if we had to talk about the organizations of the civil society, we would have to talk about all of them. And my dear colleagues, we are all the opinion studies tell us, if you go to the internet, we know what the civil society means. So, Aliavis, thank you very much for contributing to the debate, but we think that your proposal has been answered. Regarding the issue of the text that has been proposed here, well, so we've heard all the interventions, there are some opinions. Maybe what's here at stake is as follows. Maybe this is not the direct message that would be to point exactly who the country is. But it has been said by the colleagues who have reached consensus in this commitment, in this commitment. This could be, in fact, what we compromise on in this meeting. This was an attempt to find a balance. So what I propose to you all is that you should accept this text because this is the possible compromise among all of us. To mention the name we want here, and I think we all feel to mention this name. We all have this appetite, but most of all, the heart must be hot, but the brain must be cold. We have to be rational from the diplomatic perspective, and if I might so, I propose that we approve the text as it is without changing anything else, because this is a possible balance between all of us. If we agree with this idea, I would ask you to consider this. Is anyone opposing the text right now regarding paragraph 4? It's not the paragraph that I would write or any of you would write, but it's the possible balance right now. So, anyone opposes paragraph 4?
Não vê nenhuma oposição. Dimitris, help me, Luciano. Não, ok. Então, muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for understanding. Thank you very much for your thoughts, and paragraph 4 is approved. Now, regarding the whole of the statement, not just paragraph 4. Regarding the statement, the follow-up committee, European Union, Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific countries that has reunited in Porto in March.
Aprova a declaração que está em cima da mesa? Há votos contra?
Approves this statement. Anyone against?
Há abstenções?
Anyone abstains? No. So we can say, dear friends, we have our statement and it has been approved by all.
Muito obrigado pelo vosso apoio.
Thank you very much for your support. We now are going to the end of our session. It's very fast, 3 minutes, nothing else. I would just like...
Perdão. Eu só quero... Sobre a reunião de hoje. A reunião de hoje...
Today, we have discussed the future of the relationship between the European Union and ACP countries, the contributions of the civil society. We have discussed, on the one hand, the global framework, the Cotonou Agreement, the post-Cotonou Agreement, and the contribution of the civil society, and the block we have, but how can we work with this? And for this, we had qualified interventions, just like in the second panel. We saw what the cooperation strategy that the Gateway Global Strategy was presenting us. And thirdly, we had the specific issues, water, which is an essential concern, because without water there is no life, as everybody has explained. We had technicians, experts, people who have responsibilities in international organizations, even from our committee, and members who are working directly on the ground, each one with their own expertise.
Contribuir para os nossos trabalhos. Fizemos uma visita de estudo, onde vimos exemplo de boas práticas de cooperação entre...
We saw the examples of good practice. We had 2 opening sessions.
Com elevada competência
with experts in this area.
Co-presidentes de
Co-presidents of economic and social development committees, general secretary of the ACP countries, European deputy members of parliament, and a very pleasant stay in such a wonderful city like Porto. I think that we can say that this meeting had only one flaw, too many speakers and not enough presentations. Maybe about the meeting itself, well, it was what it was. I mean, thank you very much for your participation. About our work, well, I would like to thank a lot of people. First, the secretary, Charlotte, Elizabeth, Blanca, all the work that they have carried out. Thank you very much to all three of them. So all the work that has been done, they were the ones who did it. And I would also like to thank the interpreters. The interpreters, thank you very much. And also to the technical staff that with their abilities, they provided us with these work conditions. I would like to thank the municipality of Porto. And I finish by saying, I finish my mandate today, 2.5 years. Stop. Não está a acabar, não está a acabar o mandato. Agora é a minha vez. Anyhow, this is the person who is going to carry on. And now I give the floor to Dimitris to close the work.
Thank you. First of all, a very big thank to Carlos for what he did the last 2.5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you understood exactly what happened yesterday and today here. We had in Porto the most important personalities about African, Caribbean, Pacific. I don't know if you understood that we have the two co-presidents from the parliamentary committee. We had the Minister of Interior Affairs of Portugal. We have Ambassador Chicotti, the Secretary General of the African, Caribbean, Pacific states. We have here important panelists from Europe, African, Caribbean, and Pacific. We have in the agenda very important topics. I think that all of us, we must be very happy with the final results of this meeting. It was very high quality meeting. I don't know if we will have this opportunity to have this kind of meetings in the future, but I am totally sure that we will work on that. What it is important, it is for us, for the Europeans, that we have in Porto the European Commission and the European Parliament with us. It's very important because the European institutions are working together only and if we have common approach. Thanks to Carlos Tridande, all the doors in the European Parliament opened the last 2.5 years, thanks to Carlos Zorinho. We work very hard to open the doors and to continue to work with the European Commission. Without personal relations, we cannot succeed anything. It's not so easy. Maybe someone who doesn't understand, he doesn't know, it is not easy to transfer in Porto Carlos Zorinho or Domenico Rosa or Chicotti. It's not easy. A lot of people worked behind that. A lot of people established meetings, a lot of meetings to prepare the ground, this kind of personalities to be with us. And I'm very happy and I'm thankful to Carlos for this excellent job. I would like to thank all of you for your participation. Just keep in mind that the next meeting will be very soon. We don't know exactly the date and the place, but we are working very closely and I'm thankful to our excellent Secretariat for this fantastic work happened and the results, it was yesterday and today, but behind that, The three ladies worked more than 6-7 months with a lot of problems and lack of communication a lot of time. I'm thankful to all of them and all of you. Thank you, Carlos, again.
Muito obrigado, Dimitris. E agora, a nova presidente. Naturalmente.
Thank you, Dimitris. And now the new president, Josiane, is going to close the work. We always have the post-Cotonou agreement and the water issue and the youth and gender equality and Indo-Pacific. And so this is the main concern that we will keep on having, specifically the new chair, the new president. But Josiane, dear friend for the future, well, thank you. I would like to say, first of all, that for me it's such an honor to be the next president of the ACP EU group. Carlos just named the subjects that will be at the core of our concerns, the subjects so important post-Cotonou, the sustainable development, the Pacific, all the geopolitical developments. And we must acknowledge the challenges and how can we act before these challenges. It will be a very important job, and I won't talk for a long time because I'm sure we will have the right time to meet and to discuss together. But anyway, I would like to, for the moment, to thank first of all Carlos Trinidad for his work and everything he's done so far. And I count on your support, on your trust. And I also count on the support of Carlos to help me as a president, as the next president, to be able to face the challenges that we have ahead of us. And I believe that we will be together very soon. And Dimitris just said it. So the next meeting will be held very soon, and we will be there to continue our discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you, Josiane. And now you have a free rest of the afternoon until 8 p.m. So dinner will be at 8, 9, 10. So thank you and see you next time here in your countries, in Africa, in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, in Brussels. See you soon. See you soon. Thank you.